she recognized that it loves the sports, and she also excels intellectually.
Well, I think being a coach, being a major part of the coach is being a teacher.
I think coaches don't get enough credit for being teachers. They're some of the best teachers that young men and young women will ever come across.
The world is home to break. Yes, it's my job to fix it.
Captain America braved new world. Tune in tonight during the national championship.
You're watching the Red Trucks pregame. Coverage on national championship night. Provided by Goodyear's best seat in the house of tonight. Anniversary to the Goodyear brand. Ohio State and Notre Dame closing in on the crash for the national championship. Here tonight, started with 12 teams in the playoff, just over half an hour away. So the Buckeyes and the Fighting Irish square off. You know, these two defensive teams, only 35% of their opponents' possessions. The second most competitive stat in football is how many explosive plays do you have in the compared to the other team. Ohio State has done a fantastic job of making explosive plays. In the Oregon game, 3 out of the first 4 plays in the game was an explosive play. They had 8 explosive plays in the first half because they have a lot of explosive players like Jeremiah Smith. So that leads to 34 points. In the Texas game, they only had 3 explosive plays, and they didn't score as many. And Notre Dame's going to have to limit those explosive plays because they have a lot of fun. So the point charge, Ohio State in the college football playoffs has 16 20-yard plus plays. Notre Dame has 7 of them, 20-yard touchdowns in the college football playoffs. Ohio State has 9. Notre Dame has just 2. They've been an explosive play machine in this postseason thus far. Booker is a spiritual leader on this team. Has a chance tonight to become Ohio State's all-time leader in catches and receiving yards. He's close to both of those records. We'll see Riley Leonard here for Notre Dame. They'll have to try to generate a few explosive plays if they can against the Ohio State defense that doesn't give up a lot. The quarterback runs the big deal. You know, I did a plan. I'm going to go back to Riley Leonard, but you mentioned Ibuka, and Ibuka is a guy who I spoke to a couple of defensive coordinators who had to prepare for that explosive Ohio State offense, and they said he's actually the glue. We don't see Jeremiah Smith. He gets a lot of attention in the splash plays, but they look at number 2 as a guy who really gets that offense going. As far as Riley Leonard, they're going to have to make some throws tonight. We know they want to run the ball. They can't goes. I like the physicality they bring to the table. You saw them come out against Penn State, who's a top opponent for Ohio State. So I think Notre Dame keeps it close. Ohio State wins.
See those offensive linemen going in? You saw Jeremiah Love just a moment ago. And Notre Dame
Shake down thunder from the sky and wake up those echoes and bring them a time more. Will it be Ohio State reigning on top again? We'll make our picks for the national championship game. The league will so back for the end-year moment.
Ram Trucks pregame is presented by Ram Trucks, built to serve.
It's Monday. You know what that means. As the inauguration of the 45th and 47th President, Donald J. Trump, happened earlier today. So he is back in the Oval Office, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, on this Martin Luther King Day, I might add, as well. As tonight we'll have the conclusion to the college football season with the first ever 12-team college football playoff, with tonight's national championship game featuring the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Now, as I had some trouble picking a hat for tonight's stream, I almost went with this one from 2015, 2016. Let alone this one from 8 years ago. And then, yeah, fuck Joe Biden, to Joe and the Ho gotta go. Well, they're gone, thank God. To Making America Great once again with the 45th and 47th President, Donald Trump. So went with what I went with a red, white, and blue American flag smiley face. You can get another one of these if you scan the QR code behind me. And thanks for tuning in and watching my college football playoff national championship game. Live watching reactions, as once again, Ohio State, Notre Dame for all the marbles. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in and watching. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. As mentioned, once more, scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so, as we're about less than a half hour, 30 minutes away from kickoff this Monday night, January the 20th, 2025. So some Monday Night Football, if you will, as Raw is Netflixing and chilling. So let me know in the comments below who you have winning that very trophy, the national championship trophy, to cap off this college football season. First ever 12-team college football playoff format. Ohio State won the national championship a decade ago, and the first year of the 4-team playoff against Oregon. They had to beat the Ducks to get to this point. We'll get more into that in a little bit. But Notre Dame's looking for their first national championship win since 1880. So they're going to go over game picks before we have pregame. So ESPN College Game Day on the scene, as we are a little north of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and that Sunshine State in Florida with that Georgia line, but north of the Gulf of America in Atlanta, Georgia, for tonight's national championship game with Ohio State, Notre Dame, as Nick Saban, former head coach, at Toledo, Michigan State, LSU, with the Miami Dolphins in the NFL, but the Alabama Crimson Tide, as Coach Corso's already decked out, looking like a leprechaun. But split right now, Ohio State and Notre Dame. But you remember, Ohio State reportedly paid as much money as they did to put this team together for the 2024-2025 season. But that's just the way college football is nowadays. It's pay to play with NIL. But Nick Saban, the last time the national championship game was in Atlanta, his Alabama Crimson Tide, with Jalen Hurts to Tua at halftime, beat Georgia in overtime. So we're back in the ATL, Hot Atlanta, site of the 96 Olympics 30 years ago. So, like I said, we'll see what happens, but thanks for tuning in and watching. We'll dive into the game in a minute, but yeah, these are my live play watch along reactions of the college football playoff national championship game this evening. So, but Corso says, no surprise, I'm picking Notre Dame. He's dressed as their mascot. But will he go against Brutus, his first love? No, he's going with the Golden Domers, the Fighting Irish from South Bend. So it's split 2-2. Ohio State is 8.5 point favorite, I might add. So they'll hit the closing credits, and we'll get it now to pregame. Yeah, still a good 15-20 minutes away from kick. So like I said, we'll dive into this game. But here's the video package, and we'll either have touchdown Jesus celebrating or a lot of I's being dotted as signatures are being signed for some orders here in the United States of America. Proud to be an American today, to say the least. But yeah, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football playoff national championship game, live play watch along reactions over on YouTube with Ohio State and Notre Dame. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well. Stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're open for a damn good national championship game this evening. Fortunately, it will be the final college football game this year for the 2024-2025 campaign before we hit the off season, and then next year obviously we'll be here before you know it. But thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag CFB playoff, hashtag Ohio State, hashtag Notre Dame. As with the 12-team playoff, under the old format, 1 versus 2, we would have had a different matchup tonight. But with the first round games to the quarters and the semifinals and the final 4, with the New Year's 6 bowl games, this is the game for the national championship this evening, once again with Notre Dame and Ohio State. So, yeah, thumbs up button, share as mentioned, and then chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, hydration flavors and Kinder Tub Form shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's LUKE123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, second resale shop that focuses on saving the environment, cheap and fashionable way. As most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. And once you go check it out, over on Amazon, if that doesn't interest you, might as well be what the title says. If you haven't done so already, scan the QR code behind me. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football playoff national championship game, Ohio State versus Notre Dame, live play-by-play, watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. So let's get into the game, as they just gave us an aerial shot of the Georgia Dome, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Now a lot of highlights for both these teams, with Ohio State and Notre Dame getting to this point in time tonight for the title, as Notre Dame beat Indiana in the first round at home to kick off the 12-team playoff on a Friday night about a month or so ago. And then the very next night, Ohio State beat Tennessee. On New Year's Day in 2025, Ohio State beat Oregon in the Rose Bowl and the granddaddy of them all, as Notre Dame then beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. And then about a week and a half or so ago now, had the Orange Bowl first, no doubt about it. Would love to be in Atlanta right now cheering on the blue and white, but obviously not the case after a game-winning field goal for Notre Dame defeating Penn State. So Notre Dame beat Penn State in the Orange Bowl, and then Ohio State beat Texas in the Cotton Bowl tonight with Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call for ABC, ESPN. We'll have the Buckeyes and Fighting Irish for the national championship game. So, we started today off with, once again, making America great again. Not for the first time, but for the second time. For the past 4 years have been what they've been. But now tonight, we're going to end the day with the college football playoff national championship game. So we'll see who plays like a champion here tonight, whether it's Ohio State or whether it is the luck of the Irish and Notre Dame. But main question I have is, I would hope, along with the rest of Ohio State, including Ryan Day and his family, where's Lou Holtz at? I mean, is he going to be there? Hear it? Is it going to affect how it goes? Only time's going to tell. But joking aside, yeah, where's Lou Holtz at? So, yeah, Buckeyes Fighting Irish squaring off for gold to end the college football season and cap off this first ever 12-team college football playoff. As they'll continue on with the pregame, but obviously two of the blue bloods in this sport searching for their first title in a decade and then a few decades plus, with Ohio State and Notre Dame. As Ohio State 13-2, they lost at Oregon by a point and then lost to Michigan at home in the game. Didn't get to the Big Ten championship because of it, but then beat Tennessee, got revenge on Oregon, went duck hunting in the Rose Bowl, and then hooked the horns in the Lone Star State of Texas in the Cotton Bowl to get to the national championship game here tonight. As Notre Dame, they're 14-1. Their lone loss, week 2, back mid-September, on a game-winning field goal against Northern Illinois. As mentioned, they beat Indiana in the first round at home, and then beat Georgia and Penn State in the Sugar and Orange Bowls, respectively, to get to this point in time. Obviously, 12-team playoff, survive in advance, win or go home. Somebody's going to win this game tonight. Somebody's going to lose it. But somebody, whoever does win, is going to be crowned a champion and go down in the history books as the 2024-2025 college football playoff national champs, but the first ever team to win under the 12-team playoff format. That ain't going anywhere anytime soon. And if it does, it's just going to expand. But it took a decade from 4 teams to get to 12 teams. So it might be going to 14, 16 with conference realignment, going to pick up gear into 2026. Only time's going to tell, though. Maybe it's longer than that. But I feel like the 12-team playoff, as it's under a bracket, yeah, seeded 1 through 12, top 4 are your conference champs. They got first round byes. But remember, they all lost. Notre Dame, Ohio State played in the first round, played 3 games to get to this point. You got to win 4 tonight to be crowned national champs with no reseeding. But 12 teams like the old NFL format, now they're at 14 with 7 in the AFC, 7 at the NFC. NFL playoffs roll on, as we'll have the AFC and NFC championship games next Sunday. In the NFC, Philly will host Washington, and then later on, Kansas City hosting Buffalo. 2 winners will meet 2 weeks from then in Super Bowl 59. But tonight, the college football playoff national championship game, as now we're going to have the PA announcer say what they're saying, teams to enter here momentarily as well, but we'll continue on. And you have common opponents of Penn State, Purdue, and Indiana. We are Penn State, but I'll get to my pick in a minute, as I'll shut up. And yeah, God bless the United States of America. Shout out to our troops. Thank you for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard, with our Star-Spangled Banner, the national anthem. America the Beautiful first. Had Carrie Underwood sing that earlier. But tonight, for the college football playoff national championship game, we will have the Glee Club perform America the Beautiful. Sea to shining sea, all 50 states, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, the Gulf of America. We're in Atlanta, Georgia, for tonight's college football playoff national championship game. And now, the national anthem, what looks to be going to perform by both Ohio State and Notre Dame marching bands. Got the color guard. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Space Force as well, with the world and all the planets. So our national anthem. As the stars and stripes are being presented. Land of the free, because of the brave. Once again, shout out to our troops. Thank you for your service. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. So now we'll have kickoff coming up shortly, following a quick commercial break here and the coin toss. So teams still got to enter the field of play before we do battle on the gridiron. Here's the Big Ten commercial from sea to shining sea, if you will, coast to coast. Washington, Oregon, UCLA, USC out west. Got Nebraska, there's Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois. There's Purdue and Indiana. Notre Dame, obviously, just north of there in South Bend. Michigan, Michigan State. There's the Ohio State University. We are Penn State with Maryland and Rutgers as well. So, like I said, 3 common opponents, all out of the Big Ten. You know, Notre Dame just played and beat Penn State. Ohio State came to Happy Valley early November. And then as Notre Dame went to Purdue, Ohio State hosted Purdue. Ohio State hosted Indiana, as did Notre Dame as well in the playoff. But 3 common opponents, with Ohio State at 13-2, Notre Dame at 14-1. As mentioned, Ohio State's last national title was a decade ago in 2014. It was the first year of the 14 playoff. We're in the first year of the 12-team playoff, so we'll see if that matters at all. We'll see what happens. That's why they play a game inside on paper, side on the field. But Notre Dame's last national title, as mentioned earlier, was 1988. So you can do the math on that. But all time, Ohio State is 6-2 against the Fighting Irish, including most recently in a home-and-home, defeating Notre Dame in the shoe, and then took a last-second touchdown in South Bend for the Buckeyes to win, and then the infamous, I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now, from Ryan Day, after the Lou Holtz comments prior to the game, from the real Lou Holtz and then the fake Lou Holtz. But neither here nor there right now, but you can just tell that Ohio State is on a mission, okay? And that mission is a mission from God against the Catholics, okay? So Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame's head coach, former Buckeye linebacker. He's an Ohio State alum. So Notre Dame wins tonight, he's going to have to beat his old team in order to do so. But this game just feels old school football. Going to be one up front in the trenches with the line of scrimmage, the run game, the defense, as both teams are now exiting the locker room and about to take the field. But then, can't forget about special teams. And then there's penalties, there's turnovers, there's time of possession. So we'll see how this game, shakes out. One thing at a time, obviously. But either Ohio State or Notre Dame is going to be national champions tonight. And everybody else in college football getting ready for next year. As mentioned, Ohio State is an 8.5-point favorite. Over under right around 45, 46, depending on where you look, as it's the Scarlet and Gray versus the Golden Domers. And now both teams about to run out of the tunnel. Here comes Notre Dame. They are wearing their home uniforms, blue tops, gold pants with their Golden Dome helmets. The 2025 College Football Playoff National Championship Game patch on the uniform. As with as explosive as Ohio State's been, they might need Rudy. But we'll see. As the Buckeyes are going to be in their road whites with their Buckeye leaves in full force on the helmets. Officially, what is it? 15, 16 games in. So, kickoff shortly once more. We'll have the coin toss. We'll see where these refs are from, how the Zebras called a nice game, I might add, as well. But once again, as mentioned, would have loved to be in Atlanta tonight as a Penn State fan, playing for the national championship game. With blue and white, lost both these teams, I might add, this year. Talk about three common opponents. You had Penn State, but then Purdue, Indiana. Well, both Ohio State and Notre Dame blew out both Purdue and Indiana. Penn State, it was a one-score, 7-point loss against the Buckeyes, and then a 3-point loss against Notre Dame on a game-winning field goal in the Orange Bowl. So, as a Penn State fan, yes, we are. But come bowl season, and if you know me well, I've said this throughout time, you got to root for the conference because it only makes you look 10 times better. So, I get Ohio State won the national championship a decade ago after they lost. Should have lost to Penn State in double overtime in Happy Valley, but ended up finding a way to win that game. And then in 2020, came here on Halloween, beat Penn State once more. Went on to play in the national championship game, losing to Alabama that year. Here they are again tonight after another win in Happy Valley. It's 20-13 back November the 2nd. Trump was supposed to be in attendance, had bigger and better things to do on the campaign trail, and rightfully so. Won the election the following Tuesday, sworn in as the 47th president earlier today. Can't pick the Catholics to begin with. We are Penn State. But IO. You got to root for the conference. Talk about revenue sharing nowadays in college football. Notre Dame wins this game as an independent. They keep all the fucking money for themselves. Okay? Ohio State wins. Yeah, they're keeping their share, but then everything else is getting dispersed. So, we'll see what happens. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching the College Football Playoff National Championship Game, Ohio State versus Notre Dame, live play-by-play, watch along reactions live here on YouTube. We'll have SEC refs in SEC country for tonight's national championship game. So welcome to Hazard County and Roscoe CFP Coltrane going to be our white capper here tonight. Heads is the CFP logo. Tails is the stadium logo. Ohio State's the visitor. Tails. He caught it. Ohio State's won the toss. They've deferred. So Notre Dame's getting the ball. They're going to kick that way. It's like, let the fucking coin hit the ground. You don't need to catch it. Ohio State won the toss. Defer. They'll kick off, get the ball back to begin the second half. Notre Dame's getting the ball. So once again, it does feel like Ohio State's on a mission. They've been pissed off since they lost to Michigan on a 3-game winning streak, trying to win 4 in a national title tonight. So head coaching interviews here prior to kick, but we'll see if the Buckeyes are singing their battle cry, or if Luck of the Irish and Touchdown Jesus helps out these Golden Domers. I mean, it's a 7 versus 8 in the 12-team college football playoff. Notre Dame is a 7, Ohio State is the 8, and we'll see what happens. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We'll have first half stats coming up at halftime. We will recap the college football playoff from the first round to the quarters and then the final 4 in the semis. Have first half stats and scores from this game tonight, but we'll recap bowl season in its entirety as well. So I'll leave it at that, and yeah, it's been a long season, but it's unfortunately coming to an end tonight as Ohio State's on the kickoff, and here we go. Ohio State Notre Dame for the national championship game. Ohio State on a kickoff, Notre Dame back deep to receive, and thanks once again for tuning in and watching. So right to left on the kick, and here we go. Touchback, and Notre Dame ball. First and 10 of the 25-yard line. So Notre Dame here. Going to set up shot first and 10 from the 25. Out of the gun. Back to his left. And it's going to be a 3-yard tackle for loss on the first play of the game. So 2nd and 13 for Notre Dame. Yeah. OHIO. And once again, that's coming from Penn State fans. So, root for the Big Ten. They say only a 1-yard loss, 2nd and 11 from the 24. Quarterback draw, and blur in the shoulder for about an 8-9 yard gain up the middle. Be 3rd and short, about a minute or so into this game. From the 32, 3rd and 3. Another quarterback run, first down. So, Ohio State, once again, complete team. Offense, defense, special teams. Yeah, you're going to have hiccups. But sometimes you need to lose to regain your composure and confidence and wake-up call, if you will. And yeah, they lost to Oregon. Wanted to play the Ducks in the Big Ten championship game. didn't, but played them and beat them in the Rose Bowl. Pass over the middle, incomplete, be 2nd and 10. But the loss to Michigan from the Saturday after Thanksgiving till now, literally just blowing teams out. I mean, the Texas win, each game has been different, but they put it to Tennessee for the most part. It was 34-0 Ohio State on top of Oregon in the Rose Bowl, before anybody blinked. Pass again over the middle. This one's caught, but on 2nd and 10, he's going to be about a yard short. 3rd and 1 coming up here a couple minutes in. But then, they're tied with Texas. And, they go up, and then Texas is driving, looking to tie the game up once again. But then it was Ohio State's defenses. Their offense gets, credited for a lot of the work with Will Howard at quarterback, and we'll talk about him and their two backs with Henderson and Judkins and the trio they have at wide receiver. But obviously it starts up front. But their defensive line, Larry Johnson, the D-line coach. Jim Knowles, obviously, is the D coordinator. That ended up sealing the win in the Cotton Bowl to get to tonight. So, I mean, it does, but it really doesn't matter what you've done to get to this point because you're here. Now you just got to go out and hope to play your best game. At least just find a way to win, because that's all that matters. To score one more point than the opponent. So, 2nd and 3, another quarterback run. But, yeah, Notre Dame with Riley Leonard at quarterback. Transferred from Duke. Jeremiah Love's been banged up at tailback, but had a big touchdown against Penn State in the Orange Bowl. Back and forth second half as they came back and won on a game-winning field goal. But obviously they would be undefeated if they don't lose to Northern Illinois. But then would they have lost to somebody else? Counter near side, stuff them, no gain, 4th and about a yard. So Notre Dame's probably going to punt here, being right on the outside of field goal range. We'll see if they go for it, though. So, I mean, they did move the ball a little bit out past midfield, but drive's going to stall out here, it looks like. So we'll see the Ohio State offense. And then talk about Notre Dame's defense, but 4th and a yard, Notre Dame's going to go for it. Might be a big play here early, especially if they don't get it. But if they do get it, drive continues, which they will get it, so the drive will continue now. And then you score off this, it might be a difference in the game, when it all is said and done for all we know. And we'll see how the 60 goes. Maybe we'll need more tonight. I don't know, but they'll move the sticks and 1st down Notre Dame. And remember, last time these two teams played, same uniforms. It was Notre Dame home game. Ohio State was in South Bend. Came down the final play of the game. Penalty on that play? No, I thought I saw a yellow flag. Pass going to be caught. 1st down inside the 30. So they're continuing to march. Under 10 to play now. New set of downs. But we'll get to Notre Dame's defense in a minute. But their defense is stout as well, with Al Golden calling the shots, a former Penn Stater. Temple Al, Miami Hurricane head coach, has worked his way back up as an assistant. Might be in, head coaching role if you'd want it in due time, the way as that pass is incomplete. But 2nd and 10, 9:23 here to play in the 1st. Notre Dame's definitely going to have to get points on this drive now, especially after going for it on that 4th and yard. And another 1st and 10. They're in field goal range. I mean, obviously drive stalls. Yeah, you got to kick it. But we'll see what happens on the next couple of plays before we get there. But yeah. 2nd and 10. ball at the 28. And they'll run it. And stiff arm and going to be just short, it looks like. They wanted a face mask, but they're not going to get it. So it'll be 3rd and 1 again. But here we go, Notre Dame once more. How many third downs do they convert in the Orange Bowl against Penn State? A lot. So already have converted a couple here on this opening drive tonight in the national championship game against Ohio State. So be 3rd and 1. And they've taken up almost half the quarter, going almost 75 yards and scoring. But 3rd and 1 here. So they're controlling this game from the get-go. From the 19, just inside the red zone, another quarterback run up the middle, and they get another first down. So seemingly, Ohio State's going to have to stop the run, especially the quarterback run. But then it's watch out for play action, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, another first down. Now under 8 to play in this first quarter from the 14. And handoff, Love, going to be brought down at the 11. So, talked about it earlier, old school football, one out front in the trenches, line of scrimmage, the run game. Well, Notre Dame's doing just that. And they're controlling the clock, They're already, from the start here, putting pressure on Ohio State. And then they're going to believe in their defense, bending but not breaking. Pump fake, going to tuck it and run. Inside the 10, be 3rd down and 3. So they get on first down, it's going to be goal to go, though. And then there's another 3-4 plays, more clock. Like Ohio State might not get the ball to begin this game until there's less than 5 minutes to go in the first fucking quarter, for God's sakes. When was the last time a team, I don't care what level of football, won on, say, almost a 10-minute, touchdown drive, scoring drive, 3rd and 3 here, we'll see what happens, but to begin the game. I mean, this is the type of drive you want to close it out. But 3rd and 3, a little slip, is going to be short. They went for it on 4th and 1 already. Do they go for it again on 4th and yard from the 5? You're going to want to score touchdowns, not settle for field goals. I mean, I'd take the points, though, because you don't know what you're going to need a little bit later on. You'd rather have it than not. But they're going to line up to go for it again. Obviously, they don't get it. Ohio State's going to be backed up, but they can drive. They've been on a journey from Columbus to Pasadena to Texas, and now quarterback run again up the middle for Notre Dame on 4th and yard. Powell still pushing. It's going to be goal to go at the 1, it looks like. Yeah, Ohio State's been eastbound and down, going to Atlanta for all that course. But Notre Dame almost going on a 10-minute scoring drive here to begin the game. Setting the tone. So, 1st and goal, Notre Dame with the 1. Motion man, another run up the middle, and he walks in, touchdown Irish. With 5:15 to play in the first. So a 9-minute, 45-second, 75-yard touchdown drive for Notre Dame to begin this game. And Ohio State hasn't even touched the ball offensively yet. 18 plays, Jesus Christ. But that's just conversion after conversion after conversion. Just inching their way downfield. I mean, that's as good of a, scoring drive, especially like I was saying, to begin the game, that I've seen in quite some time. Let alone anytime during the game for any level. Like, that's impressive. 18 play, 75-yard, 9-minute 45-second touchdown drive. And Notre Dame leads Ohio State 7-0. Starts up front, and it's the run game. That's how Notre Dame's going to win tonight. If they can keep running the football and play damn good defense. But then Ohio State will go to break offensively. They'll be out on the field when we come back. We'll see if turnovers play a factor in this game at all tonight. Didn't have it in there on the opening drive. But once again, up front line of scrimmage, battle in the trenches, run game, defense, turnovers, and time possession. You know, see about special teams as well, but Notre Dame's running the ball well. I mean, what? They maybe had a couple passes. One of them was dropped. 2 of them were dropped. Everything else was runs. Like, physicality. They're winning their battles. They're doing what they think they need to do in order to win this game. You know, you got to have a plan. But Ohio State, they're explosive offensively. They can score real quick. Or they can do the same damn thing Notre Dame just did, too. So, we'll see from Will Howard, Trevion Henderson to Judkins. Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver. But how does Ohio State respond? How do they answer? That's the big question now. Especially when they just allowed Notre Dame to drive and score to be a good game on that type of drive. And then, you know, time possession, you know, they're down. Because then if you're down scoring-wise, time in on your side, especially late, you know, you're in a tough spot. So, Ohio State's got to even this out one way or another. We'll see if they can. But update some stats. I mean, that was an impressive touchdown drive. Very impressive touchdown drive. So, yeah, we'll see the Ohio State offense on the field for the first time when we come back. But Riley Leonard is officially 3 of 5, 31 yards. But he has 9 carries, 34 yards rushing, and a touchdown. So, I mean, you do the math, that's almost all the 75 yards. Because then the 2 backs have 4 carries, 10 yards between the 2 of them. But resulted in a touchdown for Notre Dame. Yeah, scoring drive is 18 plays, longest scoring drive in a BCS, which goes back to 98, let alone a college football playoff national championship game, ever in history. So, impressive. But OH. So the fans in the stands looking like they're dressed for Christmas with the red and green. With the scarlet and gray and the golden domers. Yeah, 5:15 to play in the first. Notre Dame leads Ohio State 7-0. Ohio State just now touching the ball for the first time. And we just went to break. They're celebrating 100 years of Goodyear Blimp. I believe we're going to go back to break with another commercial break. Jesus fucking Christ. So, we'll get back to the action here shortly, and I'll leave it at that. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, and chat questions, comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. And scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already.
You know our Sonic Smasher, our best burger yet? Well, meet the all-new Bacon Deluxe Sonic Smasher. Make your order with crispy bacon and fresh veggies. Pinkies up with Bacon Deluxe Sonic Smasher, part of the Smasher lineup. With free each Sonic.
this? It's a lifesaver.
The most powerful clean in any universe.
Looking good.
Thank you.
See Captain America, brave new world. I'm an overpowered beef thrower. And I'm not exactly street legal. This can really blow your budget. So get Allstate, save money. Be protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me.
Games. Full drive. What you desire. The CFP National Championship is presented by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. And powered by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Gatorade. It feels the best because it is the best. And Allstate. Good hands.
Freeman's first ever regular season game as the Vancouver was back in the morning. Like the course that Scott Motion won us a year ago. So, man,
He went back this week and showed a lot of players who played those two games. And get them to believe, hey guys, we were right there in Columbus last year. Just to play here and there in both games. And just to get them to understand how real it's been.
Wayne Dave's team trailed in the regular season 8 times.
So 1st and 10, Buckeyes from the 25-yard line. Howard going to be in the gun. Philly native, but started off at Kansas State and then transferred to Ohio State this season. He'll hand off, and Henderson gets about 5, maybe 6, depending on the spot. 2nd down. So we'll see how Ohio State can move the football here on this opening drive compared to Notre Dame. But they're going to cut the lead. They're going to answer and tie it up, or what the hell is going to happen? We'll see. But hopefully you're leaving it all out in the field and, going balls to the wall out. You win, you're a champion. You lose, well, better luck next year. Another handoff and no gain. 2nd down. Make it 3rd and 5. So, can Ohio State convert 3rd and 5 from 30 like Notre Dame did how many times down the field, or is the defense going to get off the field and get the ball back and go do what they just did? That pass caught Smith, and he gets a 1st down on a pick of about 7, 1st and 10 Ohio State. True freshman Jeremiah Smith had a touchdown in every single game up until early mid-November, but been on fire, yeah, in the playoff. Because, obviously it's a team sport. You win as a team, you lose as a team. But Howard getting pressure, going to dump it off, complete to his tight end. And Scott going to get pushed out of bounds. They want a late hit, but they're not going to get it. They'll mark it at the 41. But yeah, Howard, Henderson, Judkins. Smith gets all the love at wide receiver, but they have a trio. Howard has weapons to throw the ball to. From himself throwing it to himself running it, you have 2 backs to run it, 2 backs to throw the ball to, 3 receivers, 2 tight ends, Henderson on the run, Feels like he's been in Columbus forever, but they've banged out running backs, the past decade, like it's nothing. And, collegiately, they've all been good. Get the next level, a little bit different story, but yeah, handoff up the middle, but he cut and got far side before he got pushed out of bounds. So in Notre Dame territory now, first 10 Ohio State from the 40, quick bubble screen complete, far side, and first down to the 25. And there's the Cowboy and the Nut. Two good blocks, yeah. I mean, a 15-yard play on a simple bubble screen. On a negative 2-yard pass, it goes for 15 yards on the play, technically 17 yards on the run to the 25-yard line. First and 10, empty set with all motion to back in. And a direct snap to him. He caught it, but tackle for loss and be second down back to the 30 as we neared the end of this first quarter. Because remember, Notre Dame took up almost 10 minutes to begin the game on their scoring drive. Yeah, he motioned in. It was actually Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver. And I don't know if he was supposed to catch that or not. Maybe not. But 5-yard loss, second and 15 from the 30. So fake the run, roll out, pass, complete. And Emeka Egbuka at wide receiver. He's one of the other at wide out with Cardinal Tate that I was speaking of, as Smith gets all the love. But Emeka Egbuka's been in Columbus for how long? And he makes the catch there, but he's going to be short, 3rd and 3. They have to snap. There's about a 2-second differential between the game clock and play clock. From the 18, 3rd and 3. Quarterback run up the middle. Howard gets the first down before he gets tripped up. And that'll do it. 3, 2, 1 in this first quarter. So they'll flip ends. And at the end of the first in tonight's college football playoff national championship game, Notre Dame leads Ohio State 7-0, but Ohio State's knocking on the door. So get back to it here in a minute, and still got a lot of football to be played. So see what happens. We'll see who wins, see who ends up losing this game, and hit the off season. Been a long college football season. From week 0, August 24th, to the national championship game here tonight, January the 20th. I mean, this is just going to be as long as college football is going to be on now. With the expanded playoff, I mean, the NFL is going to be longer in due time. They have, another, 2 games in 3 weeks, with the Pro Bowl sandwich in between. But, next couple years from now, they'll be playing another month into mid to late February. So college football potentially, it's mid to late January. They may be playing to late January or February, for all we know. It just took to the point of paying the players to get to this point. And obviously, as life changes, the world changes, well, so do the sports. Good or bad, with the change, it is what it is at the end of the day, and you live with it. So, yeah, like I had said, a week and a half ago during the Final Four, say it again tonight, the national championship game last year and past decade, would have been 2 weeks ago tonight. Prior to that, in the BCS, You know, yeah, they had it on Mondays around that time. Had on, you know, Thursday nights as well. You know, you think about college football, yeah, you'd like to have the national championship game, not necessarily say on, you know, New Year's as it always used to be. I mean, yeah, you would like that, but it's just not going to happen. It's not, you know, name of the game anymore. But, you know, college football is played on a weekend on a Saturday. You know, the Super Bowl is played on a Sunday. As the NFL's played on a Sunday. The Super Bowl's still on a Sunday. Like, you would think college football, I get they want the Monday night audience, but you'd think the audience would be even bigger and better if they would, okay, well, it's a Saturday night game. You know, because that's just when college football's on. I mean, you had, from when the playoff was announced a little over a month ago, after the conference championship games, December the 8th, you had the next week off with Army-Navy and the Heisman Trophy ceremony, but then, you know, the following weekend was the first round, a week and a half after that. It obviously depends on when Christmas and New Year's is, and what day of the week it falls on. You know, scheduling wise for this, for that. But then a week and a half from then, you know, to the Final Four, and then a week and a half from then till now. It's like, they easily could have played this game the other night, you know, but then at the same point in time, well, the NFL's on in the playoffs Saturday and Sunday, so. There was a report I saw the other day that in future years, college football and the NFL, they're going to try to work together on scheduling. And, you know, we'll see what comes out of that, but if anything. But to begin this second quarter, Ohio State got a couple yards there. They'll have a 2nd and 5 here from inside the 10 at the 8. Knocking on the door, looking to tie this game up at 7. They'll hand off, fake the reverse, run a screen with Smith, and he's going to walk in, touchdown Buckeyes. So we're an extra point away now from a tie game at 7 apiece. Would like fight on state, but I'll go with the damnedest, greatest, if you will. Ban it all the land. Snap, hold, kick, all good. 7-7 Ohio State, Notre Dame. 14-10 to play in the half. So, I mean, who else? You know? He's a true freshman. He's 18 years old. He's not like the receiver Alabama, who's a true freshman at 17 years old and did what he did this season, for God's sakes. But, like, yeah. 7-7. We'll update some more stats. They said with Smith, and it's probably true. I mean, you look at Ohio State, you look at Alabama, you look at LSU, you know, those three schools who, you know, over the course of time have, you know, been able to produce wide receivers left and right. You know, Notre Dame's Notre Dame. You know, there's good players that have, you know, come out of there, especially with quarterbacks, you know, way back when. But, you know, Johnny Lujack and Joe Montana aren't playing tonight. It's probably honored, but he did go, you know, score opening drive touchdown, as Ohio State just did then too. So 2 drives total, and we're early second quarter. So time possession's really going to factor in, you know, the more we go, it feels like. If at this rate this keeps up. But no, yeah, let's update these stats. 7 apiece here, early second. Thanks once again for tuning in. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Will Howard 5 of 5 with that passing touchdown to Smith, has 46 yards, 3 carries for 24 yards for Travion Henderson. Judkins has a carry for 5 yards. Howard 1 of 5 on a first down. And then G. Scott 1 of 4, Abuka 1 of 12, Judkins 1 of 15. And then Smith, I mean, nothing major, even though he's, you know, they're do it all wide out. Can, you know, make 2 catches, 15 yards and a touchdown in this early second quarter now to tie it at 7, or he can be the deep ball, you know, get behind the defender, make a play, just get the hell open, you know, quarterback would be good enough. Will Howard, you know, according to Penn State, wasn't good enough, went to Kansas State, and then, you know, he got the last laugh there, and quarterback's going to, you know, throw it to the open guy, you know, but as I was saying with Smith, as good as he is, I mean, obviously they've been saying, as they do with, you know, for talk, but then, you know, there's difference between talk and then the real, you know, true aspect to it, that even at 18 years old as a true freshman, he could be, you know, one of the top picks in the NFL draft, for God's sakes. Like, you're talking, you know, generational talent. But it's still, with wide receivers, it starts up front with the offense. You got to be able to block to run the football and protect your quarterback. Because if your quarterback doesn't have time to fucking throw the ball to the wideouts, he ain't getting it to him. You know? So, Ohio State kicks off. We'll have a touchback, and first 10 Irish from 25. And we'll see about this upcoming drive, if it's going to be almost another 10-minute scoring drive or not. But we're going to go to fucking break again? Good God. So we'll get back to the action here once again shortly. And I'll leave it at that. You know, whatever happened to $5 football? Now it's $10 for all that. But prices should be going down in due time. So we'll see what happens here. 7 apiece, 2 scoring drives, 2 long, really no, how do I want to word this, reason for commercial breaks here, but they're giving them to us anyway. Just want to keep us invested. I mean, it's like, well, we ain't fucking going anywhere. I mean, the only 3 things that are on TV right now, with the college football playoff and the national championship game, if you're still not watching inauguration coverage from today, Monday Night Raw is on Netflix, but that's about it. So 7-7, be first and 10 Irish from the 25-yard line. They're going to have to throw the ball, let alone find a running game with backs. Because remember, Riley Leonard got hurt against Penn State before he came back. Ohio State brings some pressure. That pass high, incomplete. So, yeah, if I'm Ohio State defensively, I'm stopping the run because couldn't do that on the first drive. But I'm continuing to force pressure, get after the quarterback, and have him force mistakes. Turnover or two might be the difference in this game. But like I said, the way this start's gone, it's going to come down to time possession. So incomplete, 2nd and 10 from the 25. Late whistle, very late whistle. First penalty of the game, and we'll have a false start. So back them up 5 yards, as mentioned. Roscoe P. Coltrane, our referee this evening. And Ohio State asking the Buckeye faithful nation to make noise. They are technically the lower seed as the visitor. 2nd and 15 from the 20. Out of the gun, pressure, and Leonard going to avoid a sack. Going to roll out and throws last minute, but it's caught. Late penalty on the play once again. And, well, we'll see what the dirty laundry is, but did they call that a catch? I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's coming back. I think it's a hold. Yeah, holding on Notre Dame. 10 yards, replay it down. So it'd be 2nd and what? 25 now? Yeah, right there. 58. 56. 2nd and 25 back at the 10. So Notre Dame now going the wrong way on the second drive. They'll run a draw just to get some breathing room, but not much, only 2 yards. So 3rd and 23. Ohio State can get off the field. Big stop, obviously. Penalties hurt Notre Dame here. But then force the punt and get the ball back with some decent starting field position. Go take a lead. Remember, Ohio State won the coin toss, deferred their option, their choice the second half. So they kicked off. They'll get the ball back to begin the third quarter. 3rd and 23 here for Notre Dame. And pressure, avoiding the sack once again, but pass is caught. And to the 20. So all that for loss of 5 on the drive, basically. And they'll punt. So they go 3 and out. Ohio State can get the ball here. 12-15 counting to play in the half. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Once again, got a lot of time left here in the half, a little on the game. A lot of football to be played, but Ohio State's going to get the ball back at the end of the second half. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, it might have just been one drive on a wake-up call, and then they roll, but it might be a close dogfight to the end, too, for all you know. Notre Dame will punt. Fair catch at the 35. So that's where Ohio State will set up shop 1st and 10. Penalty on the play once again. So we didn't have any penalties at all the first 18 minutes, and now we've had 3 in as many seconds, it feels like.
The fatigue in Notre Dame offense, they were behind the sticks early. Never went convincing in that possession.
The first drive was Notre Dame football, being positive on 1st and 10, getting the 3rd and short.
So what's the penalty? What's the dirty laundry? Hold on Ohio State on the return. Be half the distance, or 10-yard penalty, excuse me, from the end of the run. So, well, we'll see where the penalty occurred, but then it's still going to be 10 yards, from the fair catch. So, going to be Ohio State ball, first 10 for the 25, as if they would, be starting the drive after a touchback anyway. And remember, they just won 75 and tie this game up at 7 anyway. So, be first 10 Buckeyes when we come back, tied at 7 in this college football playoff national championship game. Ohio State and Notre Dame, tied at 7, early second quarter once again. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Those are great, appreciated as well. Scan the QR code and come out at halftime. We'll first half stats and scores. We'll recap bowl season in its entirety and see what's happened in this first ever 12-team college football playoff on how we got here tonight. So, yeah, leave it at that and one thing at a time.
This is not a penthouse. It's an analog commercial. I'm not even human.
When it comes to your finances, listen to the nerds. We've researched and reviewed thousands of financial products to help you make smarter decisions.
Whatever it is you love, Paramount Plus has a mountain of it. From the biggest movies to the latest hit originals. So if the Dutton Ranch is your home away from home, if Gladiator 2 is number 1 on your watch list, and if your mission is to boldly go where no one is going, then this is your place. Find your shows, your movies, your next obsession. Find your number on Paramount Plus.
Target made up and up for you, helping you save on storage solutions with bags in all shapes and sizes. So everything has a home. Everyday favorites at unbeatable prices. We made up and up for you, only at Target.
Don't overthink it. A large one-topping pizza is only $9.99 at Papa John's.
3 different crusts.
Any topping. Get the go-to that never gets old. Get a large one-topping pizza, $9.99. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Are you having it? What you getting out of it? Who cares for what you got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any love? Are you getting any loving? If other people do, why can't you have a little fun?
Appreciate the work of Caesar and the All-State Bus Drive up here in Atlanta. But you're going to hear its play.
Well, let's go back to the Ohio State-Texas game. How much zone coverage and how did Jeremiah Smith not make his many plays? One reception and just 3 yards. You can see right there a couple defenders in his way. Well, Howard here getting a little bit impatient. Wanted to force the ball into Jeremiah Smith. Texas again. High back for 6. Makes the play. Interesting enough. Opening drive, Notre Dame played man-to-man coverage only twice. This is
First and 10 Bucks from the 25. 12:21 to play in the half. We're tied at 7. Well, 24 officially. They'll run an end around, get out past 25, 30, 35, and a first down to the 37. So 13-yard run near side, move the sticks. They'll go hurry up into the huddle. And Howard going to be up under center. And he'll fake the run. Over the middle on a crosser, caught. Tate near side. And to the 45-yard line of Notre Dame, it looks like first and 10 Ohio State. See officially where they mark it at. But yeah, just simple crosser. Got behind the backer, and yeah, that's the catch on the first down. So first and 10 Ohio State once more. Gonna try to drive and take their first lead. They'll mark it at the 48, 1st and 10. But they're on the right side of the 50. Howard going to hand off on a draw. Henderson for 3. Now to the 45-yard line, 2nd down. Second down and 7? 2nd and 8, they say. Fake the run, roll out, pass caught. Abuka gonna cut back in, but get tripped up. So it'll be 3rd and 5-ish, 3rd and medium, 3rd and manageable for Ohio State to get a first down here. Yeah, 3rd and 5. 10 minutes to play in the half. They need the 38, 3rd and 5 out of an empty set. Notre Dame will bring 3 on the pressure. And Howard going to tuck it and run and get a first down. Dives head first to the 30. So 1st and 10 Bucks. Yeah, nobody's open. He's smart enough to just, hey, I'm going to tuck it and run and use my legs and need a 5. Got more than that, got a first down. So drive stays alive, they'll move the sticks, and ball 32, 1st and 10 Ohio State. And Howard looking to throw as he's perfect thus far. That's complete and lowering the shoulder and a first down. They want another late hit, but they're not going to get it. But they'll still move the chains and another first down for Ohio State. So now, talk about momentum. You know, Notre Dame had it almost 10 minutes, on the touchdown drive to begin the game, but then Ohio State drove and scored, tied it up, got a 3 and out, and now they're driving themselves. So momentum's a real thing. 1st and 10. Ball at the 20. And a late whistle, and Ohio State with a timeout as the play clock is winding down. So they're first with 8:20 to play. They'll have 2 left with a 2-minute warning, but got a 1st and 10 here. Looking to take a lead, so especially at the 20, probably a smart timeout. Make sure you're set. Make sure you got everything, good to go. But from Columbus to Cleveland, to South Bend to Chicago, or in Atlanta, this is the major leagues for college football. This is a national championship game. So, a little wild thing, and we'll see if Rick Vaughn makes an appearance, but yeah, playoff-uary. And yeah, getting the t-shirt cannon and breaking her window. But these Dr. Pepper college football playoff commercials just, you gotta play lights out on D. But those commercials don't disappoint. And Saban's renting out a beach house in his retirement. We'll see him probably at halftime on game day. But we'll see what Ohio State here can do before half. You know, take your points so I can get them. If they got sub for 3, I'd kick it. I mean, we'll see what happens though. They got first 10 of the 20, so what? 8 shots to punch it in. Because they get a first and goal at the 10, and there's another 4. But like I said, Notre Dame, before they scored to begin the game, you can't settle for 3. You know, you want to score a touchdown. So, yeah, 2 rich histories with these two. 2 of college football's blues to blue bloods for sure. They're not far apart, you know, in the heartland. You know, from Columbus to South Bend, only a couple hours. And had to go down south to Atlanta, Georgia for the national championship game though. So. Hey, there's Lou Holtz. Where's Lou Holtz at? From the 20, 1st and 10. And a low snap, but Howard will hand it off. And for 2 yards up the middle, be 2nd down and 8. I mean, really, all this game's missing is Reese Davis is hosting, you know, College Game Day now, and Lou Holtz is in his suite watching this game. Eat shit, Pitt, but where's Mark May at? Let's go old school college football final. Have them recap this game from the 18, 2nd and 8. Empty set. And Howard looking to throw over the middle. It's caught. And short be 3rd and 2 with Ibuka 2 on the catch. But yeah, 3rd and 2, Buckeyes of the 12. 7.5 and counting to play in the half. So they convert, or if, you know, they're gonna have to set up for 3, or if they decide to go for it. Howard, quarterback run, gets the first down. So they got a 1st and goal now at the 8. I mean, the run game's really come back. And just not college football, but the NFL as well, over the past couple years. Because everybody's always talked about these offenses and airing it out and throwing for all this and that. And it's like, well, yeah, but you still got to run the football, you know, and teams realize that. You got to be balanced. You can't be one-dimensional or else you're screwed. Unless you get something, obviously, that goes your way. Touchdown Buckeyes as they reach across the goal line and extend their lead. So 13-7, extra point to come. And Judkins, a former Ole Miss Reb. Nice stiff arm. Was he down at all? No. That's a touchdown. Yeah, no, that's a touchdown. Yep. But yeah, it's balance, it's consistency, it's, you know, momentum with rhythm. A 10-play, 6-minute touchdown drive for Ohio State to take the lead for the first time tonight. Extra point here going to be good. 14-7 OSU with an OH. So 6:15 to play in the half. They now lead by 7. Had to burn the timeout on that drive, but it worked out. They scored. They'll have 2 left with the 2-minute warning. Notre Dame will get the ball back here, down 7 as we near halftime. They'll have 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well. But remember, Ohio State's getting the ball back to begin the second half, so going to be a big, crucial drive for Notre Dame when we come back from this break. As the Buckeyes charred the Ducks in the Rose Bowl, as we see the Oregon charred duck All-State commercial. They got toast all right. And Ohio State beat Texas in the Cotton Bowl, and they're up 14-7 here on Notre Dame in the national championship game. And this is Notre Dame's first national championship game appearance since the 2012 Natty, when they got blown out by Alabama. But remember, they just went to Miami, where they lost that game at, and won the Orange Bowl, beating Penn State to get to the national championship game here tonight. And it's going to take a former Buckeye, Marcus Freeman, leading the way for Notre Dame to beat Ohio State. So, what gives, really? Like I said, we'll see what happens if I play the game inside on paper, side of the field. But, they're matched pretty evenly. From what we've seen, to begin this game, it's a run game. It is. Howard's throwing the ball better, which that might, help out and then hurt Notre Dame in the long run. But defensively, it's going to be what defense bends doesn't break, and then still no turnovers yet, so we'll see if we get one of those or not. But, leave it at that. We'll see what happens. But just the long scoring drives, it's whoever's down in the fourth quarter, that's going to hurt whoever that is, because time ain't going to be on your side. You're going to have to score and score quick, and hope to get the ball back probably. So, but I said the turnovers might be the difference in this game when it's all said and done. Turnover or 2, let alone then points off of a turnover. So, see how it plays out, but we're nearing halftime, and I'll leave it at that. All right, national championship game next year in Miami at the Orange Bowl. So technically, you'll have Miami games, Dolphin games, as Ohio State kicks off. You'll have the Orange Bowl, but then the College Football Playoff national championship game also going to be in Miami. And that'll be a year from now. Yeah. All right, what? 18th, 19th, depending on the date. First and 10 for Notre Dame, as they now trail for the first time tonight. Ohio State up 14-7. Ball at 25-yard line. Notre Dame's 2 drives. Hey, they drove and scored, took up a bunch of time, but then they went 3 and out, and penalties killed them on their last drive. Right up the middle for 5 yards. So, hey, what's this, third drive now going to be? It's going to be a mixture. They drive a little bit and it stalls out. They give the ball back. They go drive and score again. It's going to be the same thing as it was last time. They got to find some middle ground here and work with it from the 30, 2nd and 5. And Leonard looking to throw. Going to avoid another sack. He goes down late, but he might have been down. They're going to say incomplete, but he might have been down before he threw the ball. We'll see a replay here. Because if his knee was down before he threw it, he's going to be down. It's going to be a loss. No, that's incomplete. He got rid of the ball. So incomplete, 3rd and 5. So can Ohio State get off the field again? Because then if so, they're going to be in a damn good position. Already up 7. Go potential scoring drive before halftime. And fumbled snap. Notre Dame recovers, but tackle for loss, 4th down. They're definitely going to have to punt. So, yeah, now the game seemingly getting Notre Dame. I mean, that's just a mistake with the guy in motion, and then luckily he recovered it. And now they're going to have to punt, but, you know, Ohio State recovers that. They're setting up shot first and 10 inside the red zone, knocking on the door already. But Ohio State does go up the field. Going to get the ball back here before halftime. Potential scoring drive before half. See, 17, 21, 7. You know, it's still 2 scores. But then remember, Ohio State's still getting the ball back to begin the second half. So here's the punt return, but no gain on the play. So 1st and 10, Ohio State, under 5 to play in this half. Up 7 with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well to go do something before half. Looks like we're going to roll with it. And yeah, we'll see what happens. If they go score and then score again early 3rd quarter, Notre Dame still only has their opening, drive touchdown, it might get ugly. But we'll see. Because obviously, under the 4-team format, everybody always complained, well, the Final Four and the semifinals, all those were blowouts, and the national championship game was good. And in the past couple years, the semis, were good, and the national championship games, were blowouts. And then here we are in the 12-team playoff, and, the 3 rounds of the national championship game. Quick pass complete Smith for 3 yards, 2nd down. But, just obviously mixture of a little bit of everything. Obviously, you play to win the game. Game ain't set on paper, set on field. Whatever happens, happens. But a little mixture of everything in this playoff. But the teams that had byes all lost. Both these teams, Ohio State and Notre Dame, both hosted first-round games right before Christmas. With Notre Dame beating Indiana and Ohio State beating Tennessee. Smith in motion, they'll run an option near side, and Henderson gets about 1 yard, maybe 2. Be 3rd down with 4:09 to play in this half. They'll wind the clock. 14-7 Buckeyes. Third and 7 officially. Trips far side. Howard looking to throw. And it's caught. 1st down, 35, 40, pushed out of bounds. So they'll move it. Wind the clock. We're not in 2 minutes just yet. But yeah, just a simple in and out. So 2:55 now, I'm counting the play from the 42, 1st and 10. Remember, they got the 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts, so we'll see if they work some clock here potentially. Fake the run. Howard going to tuck it and run, but he's going to get sacked, so he loses the yard, maybe 2. He's 2nd down, but yeah, Ohio State here tonight as Notre Dame's looking for their first national championship win since 1988. They've played in the game, a few times since, but Ohio State, since the millennium, turn of the century, they won the national title in 2002, played it in 2006 and 2007, losing to Florida and LSU. Marcus Freeman was on the team at that point in time under Jim Tressel. Remember, they were undefeated in 12, but had the sanctions in Urban's first year. So they weren't eligible to play for national title. Hence the Alabama Notre Dame game we got that year instead. 2 minutes to play in the half. Buckeyes got a third down coming up. They lead 14-7 over Notre Dame. But, they scored 14 unanswered, and it was in 14. Then they won the national championship game. Played it in 20, lost to Alabama, and they're back here tonight. Obviously the 0-2 game, that took a couple overtimes to beat Miami. Whether it was a pass interference or not, beats me. And then, 06, 07, they get blown out by Urban's Florida team and the Gators. Then, LSU had a home game in New Orleans. So, they lost both those. Even though those teams with, Troy Smith and company, were damn good. And then they go to Beckman and then Pryor. But they ran Maurice Clarett to the national title in 02. But, yeah. Lost in 06, 07. Took a couple quarterbacks, in 14. So, still ran, Zeke against Oregon, and Big Ten won the first ever and the last ever 4-team college football playoff national championship game, and now potentially going to win, if Ohio State would win tonight, the first ever 12-team college football playoff national championship game as well. But, yeah. In 14, a decade ago, hard to believe, it's been a decade, but from Braxton Miller, J.T. Barrett, Cardell Jones, it was really Zeke and the defense, beating Oregon as well. They had to beat Alabama in Sugar Bowl prior to that, as they'd won the Big Ten that year and so on and so forth. But, yeah, short COVID year in 20, ended up getting blown out by Alabama. That was actually in Miami. Going back to Miami next year for the national championship game. And then, here they are tonight. And Notre Dame, they're Notre Dame and think they're better than everybody. They're independent. And yet they're in the ACC for, majority of their football season, and, most other sports, obviously, in the Big Ten for hockey, But, they're getting ready for halftime, so, yeah, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap bowl season and go from there. But I guess Travis Scott's going to roll up and be smoking some more joints here on a Monday night, as he did a couple weeks ago on Monday Night Raw. But 3rd and 7 here, Ohio State from the 45-yard line. So we'll see if they can convert. Yeah, Notre Dame get off the field, get the ball back, go do something before halftime. We'll see. But, yeah, Ohio State's going to get the ball back begin the second half still. Howard going to step up, looking to throw down the middle. It's caught, first down, Tate. So, minute 55 and 2 timeouts. They're going to hope to get points now before half. You'll take the 3 with a field goal, go up 10, that 2 scores at 17-7. If it comes down to it, you'd love to score a touchdown, go up 14 at 21-7. But once again, you're still getting the ball back in the second half. So, Ohio State's in a damn good spot, and Notre Dame might be in trouble. Will Howard's a perfect 12-12 right now, I might add, too. So, just balance and consistency. Yeah, they gave it the big drive on defense to begin the game, but they've locked in, settled down, settled in. Howard going to roll out, but get sacked. So, 2nd and long, got a whistle and a timeout here potentially. Notre Dame with a timeout, so they're going to try to stop the clock and get the ball back here. Be 2nd and 13 here for Ohio State. Yeah, timeout Notre Dame. They'll have 2 left with 1:25. So, I mean, you're looking at 2 more timeouts these next couple of plays, depending on what happens as they go to the booth. There's Fowler, there's Herbie. Hollero down the sideline, Wally McGrath, who's covered this Notre Dame team throughout their entire playoff run. As well, Fowler and Herbie have caught every Buckeye game from Tennessee to Oregon to Texas. Now Notre Dame here tonight. But second and long here for Ohio State after the timeout. From the 38, Howard's pass complete. Smith first down, and he gets out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop. Minute 19 to play, new set of downs. So, I mean, they got literally all the time in the world. I mean, a minute 19 with 2 timeouts, you know, and what, 20, 25 yards to go now. That's an eternity. Yeah, ball to 23, 1st and 10, Ohio State. Howard, far side, and it's almost picked, but caught by, and then they're going to say dropped, incomplete. Trevion Henderson on a wheel route, far side. They do say incomplete, but I think he might have caught that. Once it came out last second. Which it did. Okay, it's incomplete, but I mean, that's good coverage. These refs are letting them play, and so incomplete, 2nd and 10. I mean, he makes that catch. They got a 1st and goal inside the 5 with still a minute and 2 timeouts looking to extend their lead. But 2nd and 10 from the 23. Probably run it here. No, Howard going to throw again. I believe that was his first incompletion, I might add, too. Now he's going to tuck and run. Gets a 1st down. They'll wind the clock to the 11, 12-yard line. Somebody call timeout? No. So they'll reset and wind it with the chains. Minute now to play. Handoff up the middle. Henderson going to hit the hole and go to the 6. So it's 1st and 10. Make it 2nd and 4. 45 seconds and counting. Probably go hurry up again. Yeah, 2nd and 4 from the 6. 33 seconds. Pass on a fade far side. Incomplete, but they blew it dead with a penalty. So flag on the play, maybe a false start. Delay of game, somebody called timeout. And timeout. No penalty, got a timeout. Yeah, timeout Ohio State. They're 2nd. They got 1 left with 30 seconds. But, what, 2nd and 4 from the 6 with 30 seconds on a timeout, up 7. I mean, yeah, you're looking to score. I mean, you're only settling for 3 if it literally comes down to the final seconds here. You're hoping to score a touchdown, go up 14 before half. You want to smack the hammer, hit that nail, and like I said, put the pressure on Notre Dame. It's going to come down to time in the second half. especially with Ohio State having a lead, maybe a bigger lead come mid-third quarter, depending on what happens here in the early third quarter. You know, because once again, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, second down, right? 2nd and 4 from the 6 with 33 seconds now to play. They reset the clock. Yeah, 2nd and 4. They got a timeout as well. But trying to extend their 7-point lead to maybe 10, maybe 14. 17-21-7 here before half. Out of the gun, Howard looking to throw. Going to step up. And back of the end zone, wide open, caught, touchdown. Judkins has a rushing touchdown, now a receiving touchdown. Ohio State now up 20-7. And if you add that, you get 27. There's 27 seconds to play in the half. So, yeah, Notre Dame, hey, I mean, shit, they were down against Penn State, though, at half of the Orange Bowl, and they found a way to fucking come back and win that game. But another long touchdown drive that eats time. You know, talked about how impressive Notre Dame's opening scoring drive was. It's been all Ohio State ever since. You know, the defense locked in, settled into the game, made stop after stop, and the offense has just rolled. Extra points up and good, 21-7 Buckeyes. 21-7. And oh, guess what? Yeah, once again, as they won the coin toss deferred, Ohio State's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So, get a 2-for-1, you know, extending your lead, 24-28-7, early third quarter. I mean, that's fucking 3 scorers. And talk about time possession. You know, pressure's on Notre Dame to do something. And quick. So we'll update some stats here once again at half. Yeah, Howard with 2 passing touchdowns. Judkins has a rushing touchdown. Smith and Judkins had the receiving touchdowns, but him has 1 incompletion. It was on that drive on the wheel route to Henderson. And Howard getting his right elbow cleaned up. Looked like he was bleeding pretty good. Took a shot there with a helmet. But he'll be all right. I mean, shit, he just threw the touchdown pass after getting, you know, bloodied. Yeah, Will Howard, he's a good quarterback. He is. First and 10 for Notre Dame at the 25-yard line, but 27 seconds and 2 timeouts, you know, down 14. Bubble screen caught, wind the clock unless they call a timeout. Get 7-8 yards, but they're letting it run, and that might do it for the half. Yeah, Ohio State going to be up 21-7 here at halftime. Notre Dame going to have to go in and regroup. Yeah, they're in no hurry. So we'll at halftime, 3, 2, 1, and it's all OHIO. 21-7 Buckeyes on top of Notre Dame here at halftime, and they're going to get the ball back in the second half once again because they won the coin toss and defer their option of choice the second half, so they'll receive. And Notre Dame, hey, they went up 7-0, but they've allowed 21 unanswered. You know, like, as I said a little bit ago, if Ohio State would score before halftime, we'll see if they do early third quarter, but if they do, I mean, it's a 3-score game, pretty ugly. You know, wouldn't necessarily say it's over, but you're pretty damn near close. You know, but game ain't over until it's over. You got to play full 60. So I expect Ohio State, you know, still pedal to the metal and, you know, still score, you know, as many points as they can. So, under Ryan Day at Ohio State, after he took over Urban Meyer, they've only lost 4 games when they've led at halftime. So, yeah. They know they got to go keep it up. So, Yeah, Ohio State's in a damn good spot. But we'll see how the second half plays out, and see who's crowned national champion. But 21-7 Ohio State here at halftime on top of Notre Dame. Update stats, recap bowl season. Once again, Notre Dame had an impressive opening drive. They went 75 yards, almost 10 minutes to begin the game, with a strong running game, and scored. Went up 7-0. But then Ohio State answered, tied it up, got a stop on defense, drove and scored, went up 14-7, got another stop on defense, and then went and drove and scored again. 21-7 here is the score at the half. Riley Leonard, 5-9, 46 yards. He's also leading the team in rushing, 10-39, a touchdown. Obviously, when you're starting quarterback leads your team in rushing, you got a fucking problem. Because Price, 2 of 11. And Jeremiah Love has 3 carries for about as many yards. Notre Dame, 46 yards passing and 47 yards rushing. Ohio State on the flip side, Howard's playing his ass off, as Henderson has 7 carries, 37 yards rushing. Judkins, 2 of 21 receiving and a touchdown. But he also has, 3 carries, 16 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown as well. But Will Howard, 14 of 15, 144 yards, and not 1 but 2 passing touchdowns. 1 to Smith to begin the game, and then the last one to Judkins. Howard, 14 of 15, 144 passing with 2 touchdowns. Henderson, 7 of 37. Howard has 6 carries, 26 yards rushing, I might add, as well. Judkins, 3 of 16 and a touchdown. Abuka, remember, has an end around for 13 yards. Cardinal Tate leading the team in receiving right now, 2 of 35. And then Abuka, 4 of 33, with Smith a yard behind him, 4 catches, 32 yards. But the touchdown. And then Judkins, 2 of 21 and a touchdown as well. And then Ennis, 1 of 19. And G. Scott has a catch of 4 yards down the sideline. Surprisingly, no turnovers by either team, but Fielding, 3 of 3 on his extra points. Talked about it earlier. Just an old school, football game. One up front in the line of scrimmage. The run game, defense. That's where we're at. But Will Howard's, slinging it a little bit better than Riley Leonard. Really, all Notre Dame has offensively is Riley Leonard. So they're going to have to find a spark. Notre Dame is just something to go their way offensively. Because if not, and they're not getting stops on defense, it's going to get worse. But yeah, really nothing in special teams and or penalties and the turnovers. Like I said, still no turnovers, but really what's going to do Notre Dame in being down the way they are, and then even with the long touchdown drive to begin the game, Ohio State answered the call, tied it, 1 up 14-7, 1 up 21-7. Time ain't going to be on Notre Dame's side this second half. Just not going to be. So Notre Dame's going to have to do something and do something quick if they want to get themselves back in this game. Because if not, like I said once again, it's going to get out of hand. It's going to get ugly here before too long, and Ohio State's just going to roll. Notre Dame, they got to find something offensively, and really not turn the ball over. Turn the ball over, probably over with, especially if Ohio State scores out of it. But if I'm Ohio State, I'm continuing to do exactly what I just did the whole entire first half. Why fix what ain't broken? They've been rolling since they lost to Michigan. That was the wake-up call. Yeah, they lost to Oregon by 1, but losing to Michigan in the game, just not for the first time, well, in the second time in a row. Third year in a row, they lost to the Wolverines, that team up north. And knowing they were still going to be in the playoff, that was the thing with 12-team playoff this year. That loss, no, they wouldn't have been in the national title game. like I said, national championship game here tonight, 1-2, it wouldn't be Ohio State and Notre Dame. It would have been whoever was ranked 1 and 2, you know, in the BCS, let alone they would have a 14 playoff, and then you'd have the top 4 teams, you know, in the playoff. And then the 2 winners of the Final Four there would be, you know, be playing tonight. Let alone the game would have been 2 weeks ago. But that's neither here nor there right now, but it's just a situation we're in. Okay? Yeah, like I said, Notre Dame needs to do something offensively, get a spark, not turn the ball over, and make stops on defense. They can do that, get themselves back in the game, and they'll have a chance, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But once again, they did come back in the second half in the Orange Bowl and found a way to beat Penn State on a game-winning field goal. So, and the 45th and 47th president, Donald J. Trump, with a message here at halftime. So, obviously, won the election, inaugurated back into office today, on his way for just on the first time, the second time, making America great again. We showed off the hats earlier with, you know, having a tough time on figuring out which one to wear tonight, but I decided on to wear what I'm wearing. You know, just obviously proud to be American. You know, United States smiley face flag with the red, white, and blue and the stars and stripes. So, but he says we're gonna lead, and that's what Ryan Day and the Buckeyes have done here tonight, on top of Notre Dame here at halftime, 21-7. So, better team win. He says thank you and good night. I wonder when that was recorded. Let alone, you know, the media has really, you would have hoped by now, come to realize and waking the hell up, you know, like, hey, you ain't fucking going anywhere. You know, like, you better hop on if you haven't already been on board. I've been on board since 2015 with them. I remember telling a few people when he announced he was running for president the first time, I said, just watch, he's going to win. And, you know, sure enough, and you think I might be lying bullshitting right now, I'm not. You can ask who I'm referring to, but obviously he'll never get that chance, but that's neither nor there anyway. Just have to take my word for it, but, you know, just politics, they don't like him because he's not a politician. And, you know, they did everything they could to, you know, make sure he couldn't get back into the position. Well, hey, guess what? The United States of America, the American people spoke. And their voice was heard. So, end of story. But, you know, from 4 years to however you want to say the last 4 years have been, shitty for sure, with a couple capital S's there, to, you know, getting back in for 4 more, and then hopefully, you know, 4 let alone 8 with an Ohio State fan and the new VP in JD, but he'll be having a day being sworn in as the new vice president and then his favorite college football team, going on to win the national championship if Ohio State does win this game tonight. Obviously, for him being from Ohio, can relate to J.D. Vance a lot. Do you think I'm like Trump? I feel like I'm gonna love, you know, J.D. Vance even more, you know, over the next 4, you know, to 8 to 12 years. But enough with politics. But just wasn't expecting a message there from Donald Trump as he's back in office as the president here at halftime. But it feels like back to, you know, normal sense of what's the word I'm looking for, just you know, everyday, you know, basic life, like, feels good. You don't have to fucking worry about this or that, you know, right now. But it's like, it was good. You know, they say he's going to do this or that. Well, if he would, you know, flat out be doing this or that, he would already fucking done it. You know? And so that's the thing. Some people don't realize how good they have it, and the grass ain't always greener on the other fucking side. You know? And but then it, you know, hopefully, knock on wood, works out. I get, yeah, with 4 years, had to take a step back, but then, you know, to go forward again here. And we'll see what happens. Just not in that regard, but this second half here, tonight in the national championship game for the college football playoff, as Meek Mill's going to be performing the Super Bowl halftime, Travis Scott is performing tonight's college football playoff national championship game halftime show. So it looks like he's not performing in the stadium at the moment, but he's on some roof. I don't know if that's the roof of the stadium. I don't know if that's actually live right now, or this is pre-recorded, or if somehow they're going to transition into the field, into the stadium, or what. I don't know. We'll see how this shakes out. But once again, Ohio State leading Notre Dame 21-7 at halftime. Buckeyes to receive the second half kick. Notre Dame had one good drive to begin the game. 10-minute scoring drive, but Ohio State answered 7-7, went up 14-7, went up 21-7. And they're getting the ball back in the second half once more. But yeah, Notre Dame got to get something going on offense and not turn the ball over. If they turn the ball over, might be it. Just the way they're playing and they're not making stops. But if, you know, they can get something going offensively and make stops on defense, they're going to have a chance. If I'm Ohio State once again, I'm continuing to do what I've done, you know, that's got me to this point. You know, once again, why fix what ain't broken? So just keep at it. Updated individual stats. Here's some team stats for you. Notre Dame doesn't even have 100 total yards, for God's sakes. Like, they had 46 passing, 47 rushing for the 93 total they have on 6 first downs. And they're, 2 of 6 on third down, but they're 2 of 2 on fourth down. But, you know, at the same point in time, everything was on the first drive. You know, there was still 30 minutes, 20 minutes, you know, after they went, you know, the first 10 and scored. But Ohio State with 15 first downs, 144 passing, 87 rushing for the 231 total they have. There's perfect 6 of 6 on third down. Only 3 penalties, 1 against Ohio State for 10 yards, 2 of 15 against Notre Dame. And then time possession, I mean, Notre Dame went on a 9-minute, 45-second touchdown drive to begin the game. At halftime, they have 13 minutes and 23 minutes, or 13 minutes, 23 seconds, of time possession. So that means they've only had the ball less than 4 minutes, you know, since that opening drive. Ohio State's had the ball for 16 and a half minutes, 16:37 officially. So, 21-7 Ohio State here at the half. What else we want to do here at halftime? Preview the NFL playoffs. Talked about that a little bit ago. But you have Conference Championship Sunday next weekend. The NFC Championship game will be the Washington Redskins, football team now Commanders, whatever the hell you want to call them. They'll be in Philly taking on the Eagles, winner to advance the Super Bowl. And then the NFC Championship game to follow with the Chiefs hosting the Bills, winner then to go to Super Bowl 59, which will be 2 weeks from Sunday on February the 9th. And as we're ending the college football season tonight, that'll officially end the NFL campaign. But to this point, let's recap college football bowl season. As had Army, Navy, But the first bowl game was right after the Heisman Trophy ceremony, the same night. The Veterans Bowl was won by South Alabama. They beat Western Michigan 30-23. About a week or so before Christmas, and the Frisco Bowl, Memphis beat West Virginia 42-37. Mountaineers have since hired Rich Rodriguez to return home to Morgantown to coach the Mountaineer football program moving forward. The LA Bowl, UNLV won that over Cal 24-13. Down in Boca, JMU beat Western Kentucky in the Boca Raton Bowl 27-17. New Orleans Bowl, Sam Houston State beat Georgia Southern there 31-26. And then that Friday night into that weekend, that's when the college football playoff began. We had a couple games earlier that day, though. That Friday, the Cure Bowl, Ohio beat Jacksonville State 30-27, and then Florida won the Gasparilla Bowl, blowing out Tulane 33-8, and then Notre Dame beat Indiana. Even though they blew out the Hoosiers, final score, it doesn't do justice here. Indiana scored some garbage points late. 27-17 your final in a 7-10 matchup in the first round. That Saturday, Penn State kicked it off at home against SMU in the first ever home college football playoff game for the blue and white Penn State Lions. I want to say thank you to anybody and everybody who tuned in and watched my Penn State live play watch-along reactions all season long. Unfortunately, not in Atlanta tonight. If they would have beat Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl a week and a half ago, they would have been. I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I'd be there in attendance. And then we'd be watching the game, after the fact still, win or loss. But, they're on the next season, as is everybody else. It's already end of their seasons, win or loss for that matter, to end the year. But tonight we're going to crown national champion with either Ohio State or Notre Dame. Once again, 3 common opponents for these two, with the Buckeyes and Fighting Irish. Those are the Pennsylvania Lions, Purdue Boilermakers, and the Indiana Hoosiers. Penn State beat SMU 38-10, and then Texas beat Clemson in a 5-12, 38-24, and then that night, that's when you knew Ohio State was, turned into what they've turned into the past month. As the Buckeyes beat the Tennessee Vols, officially it was 42-17. Didn't have any games that Sunday or the following Sunday, obviously, as the NFL owns Sundays during football season. But from the teal turf from Myrtle Beach to the blue turf from Boise, the Myrtle Beach Bowl and the famous Idaho Potato Bowl were both won by UTSA and then Northern Illinois, who beat Notre Dame earlier this year. UTSA beat Coastal Carolina on their home field in the Myrtle Beach Bowl 44-15, and then it took double overtime for Northern Illinois to beat Fresno State 28-20. Their coach took the biggest dump of his life afterwards with the fry bath. We'll get to Boise in a minute, but to the islands of Hawaii on Christmas Eve, Miliki Maka, 5 overtime thriller with South Florida beating San Jose State 41-39. Took 6 overtimes the other day after Christmas in Motown in the Sports Bowl for Toledo to beat Pitt. Eat shit. Here we go, Steelers, though, but we are Penn State. 48-46 win for the Rockets. And then out in the desert, Kansas State beat Rutgers 44-41 in a shootout. Arkansas State won the Ventures Bowl over Bowling Green 38-31. The Holiday Bowl with the, say, Alamo Bowl and Citrus Bowl, from the West Coast, the East Coast. Those, would be like, not in particular order. It'd probably go the opposite back to the West Coast. It'd probably go Citrus, Alamo, and then Holiday. But you have your New Year's Six, from the Rose, the Fiesta, the Cotton, the Sugar, the Peach, and the Orange. They got to expand, I feel like, Citrus, Alamo, Holiday Bowl would be your 3 next biggest bowl games, name-wise, afterwards. If, say, from, you have first round games on campus, on university campuses on site, of whoever the home team is. But say there's an extra round or whatever because it's expanded even more, and there's still only one, home, playoff game. Obviously, you have buys and so on and so forth. They'd figure out, scheduling wise, how it would work out because they, figured it out for this year, and it's going to be this way moving forward. They might change the seating, we'll see about that. But I feel like those three would be, next in line. But Syracuse won the Holiday Bowl over Washington State, 52-35 for the Orange. As Navy beat Army and Army-Navy, obviously that's a big deal. But the Midshipmen also beat Boomer Sooner. The Oklahoma Sooners by a point in the Armed Forces Bowl, 21-20. Birmingham Bowl was won by Vandy over Georgia Tech, as both teams were just that team this year, giving their opponent a run for their money. A couple upsets here and there, but 35-27 win for the Commodores. Liberty Bowl would probably be, with Music City Bowl, next in line after those previous three that I just mentioned. Go to Vegas too, for that matter now, but Arkansas won the Liberty Bowl over Texas Tech, 39-26. Like, they can make it work. You have New Year's 6, you go 9, 10, 11, 12, with those bowl games the way they are. But yeah, the Hogs, Woo Pig Suey, beating the Red Raiders, 39-26 in Memphis, as Elvis, dead or alive, just celebrated his 90th birthday in Graceland. In Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada, USC started the season there with a win over LSU. They'll also end the season there with a win against another SEC opponent, Texas A&M, winning the Las Vegas Bowl officially 35-31. On the Saturday after Christmas, we had UConn stay home, win the Fenway Bowl over North Carolina, 27-14 over the Tar Heels. The Bad Boy Mowers, not Gasparilla Bowl, but not even the New Era Pinstripe Bowl anymore, but the Pinstripe Bowl with a few former Penn Staters, from Letterman, Matt Roll, the head coach of Nebraska, the former head coach Bill O'Brien. The Cornhuskers beat the Boston College Golden Eagles in the Pinstripe Bowl 20-15. New Mexico Bowl was won by TCU 34-3 over the Louisiana Lafayette. Everybody loves Pop-Tarts. It was a 1-point win for Iowa State over Miami in Orlando, 42-41. And then the mascot became edible. And cyclones and hurricanes. So, the weather the way it's been. Had a good game in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, 42-41. Arizona Bowl, as Snoop Dogg's going to host NFL Honors before the Super Bowl. He also hosts the Arizona Bowl. Miami, Ohio won that 43-17 over Colorado State. Had a fight in the Military Bowl, but hey, that's just the military kicking ass. East Carolina beat NC State 26-21 before BYU blew out Colorado in the Alamo Bowl 36-14. We know Deion Sanders' son, as Ohio State to begin the second half with a big run, and they'll have a 1st and goal at the 5. So, yeah, this game is looking to be over with. And Notre Dame doesn't know what to fucking think. So it was 1st and 10 to 2nd and 10 to begin this half. Ohio State up 21-7. We'll get back to this bowl recap in a minute. But just a simple run. Good block up front. Little cutback from Judkins. And just off to the races he goes. And then ran out of gas around the 15-yard line. And they brought him down at the 5. So 1st and goal Buckeyes at the 5, looking to go up 3 scores here. Early 3rd quarter. So it's getting out of hand. And now play clock was winding down. They're going to have to burn a timeout. So they'll have 2 left the rest of the way, but crowd amped up. This offense, well, they'll settle down here. I mean, yeah. Notre Dame's frustrated. I'm sure they're even more frustrated now. They just give them a big play like that to begin the half. And you're already down, as much as you are, you're going to be down by more now, it looks like. And, we'll see what happens. But goes back to the national championship game, yeah. Here we are, another blowout. But you can't control that. You don't know how the game's going to play out. And sweet Caroline, eat shit Pitt. But, I mean, once again, up front, line of scrimmage, run game, defense. Howard, as Judkins almost had 2 rushing touchdowns to go along with the receiving touchdown. Howard has 2 passing touchdowns, and, just first and goal Buckeyes from the 5. They'll hand off again to Judkins, and he gets maybe a yard or 2, depending on the spot. Be second and goal from the 3. Yeah, we'll get back to these bowl games in a minute. Still got a good week's worth to talk about, so we'll continue on with those here shortly. So stay tuned. We'll continue to update some stats here in a minute as well. But yeah, it's like this turned into blowout city. Out of the pistol. Howard going to keep it for himself, and down to the 1. Be third and goal Buckeyes from there. See if they can punch it in. But even if they don't, go up, still 3 scores with a field goal at 24-7. Because it'd be a 17-point margin, and, that's 3 scores. So it'd be a long one, more like a yard and a half. Third and goal, Ohio State. Out of the eye. They sneak it. Maybe a fullback dive. No. Handoff. Judkins again. He walks in. Touchdown. So Ohio State now up 27-7 with 12:46 to play in the third. And yeah, Judkins responsible for 3 of Ohio State's 4 touchdowns. 2 on the ground, from inside, the 20, and then a receiving touchdown. And just Ohio State just showing, hey, yeah, we're the best team. And just a simple run, and boom, there you go. So here's the extra point. And kicks up and good. So 28-7, Ohio State. And Notre Dame really now going to need the luck of the Irish to have them come back and win this game. Just seemingly this game's over. It's like, well, on to the next, but there is no game after this. Ohio State wins, they're national champs, and Notre Dame, well, they're on next year, just like everybody else. And that includes, Colorado, who lost the Alamo Bowl. As I was saying, BYU blew them out in the Alamo Bowl, 36-14. We know Deion Sanders, his son, Shedeur Sanders, going to be drafted in the NFL draft come April, as Travis Hunter will be selected as well. But what does Deion Sanders' future hold? Does he stay at Colorado? Is he going to be going to the NFL? Obviously, the head coaching openings, the coaching carousel spinning around the league right now. So we'll see what happens with him and just there in general. Just time of the year. It's like this every year. But Independence Bowl was won by Army 27-6 over Louisiana Tech. Remember, they're supposed to play Marshall. They opted out because everybody was in the transfer portal. Head coach left. Louisiana Tech replaces, even though they didn't get 6 wins and weren't bowl eligible. They stay home, go to the Independence Bowl in Louisiana, and then lose to Army 27-6.
Which helps us save a lot.
That Monday, we went to Nashville for the Music City Bowl. Missouri Tigers beat the Iowa Hawkeyes by 3, 27-24. The Outback Bowl in Tampa, 19-13 win for the second consecutive year in the postseason. Michigan beat Alabama. Citrus Bowl almost had a coach fight. Maybe we'll get that in the squared circle and all your wrestling with Tony Khan's Illinois Fighting Illini. They beat South Carolina Gamecocks 21-17. The Tony the Tiger Bowl, their great Sun Bowl. Washington scored late, could have tied to force overtime at 35, went for 2 in the win, didn't get it. So Louisville beats Washington in El Paso 35-34. The border has since been closed. Texas Bowl, LSU won that over Baylor 44-31. And then also on New Year's Eve night, Penn State beat Boise State for their final win of the season. But winning the Fiesta Bowl, losing the Orange Bowl, could have been here tonight with a win, but, then there's been the talk of, well, Penn State and Ohio State. Penn State can't beat the Buckeyes and so on and so forth, and we'll see how this game's going. So, is what it is. But Penn State beat Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl 31-14. Entered 2025. Had the Peach Bowl that went to double overtime. Texas found a way to win that over Arizona State, officially 39-31. Ohio State beat Oregon in the Rose Bowl. Went duck hunting in Pasadena, got revenge on the Ducks from a 1-point loss earlier this year. After a Tennessee win, they were blown out of Oregon 34-0. Ended up winning 41-21. And then Notre Dame beat Georgia 23-10 in the Sugar Bowl after the game was delayed. Gator Bowl 52-20 win for Ole Miss over Duke. First Responder Bowl, shout out to all of them as well. But 30-28 win for Texas State over North Texas. The Mayo Bowl, PJ Fleck got dumped and a lot of white stuff on his face. 24-10 win for the Golden Gophers over Va Tech. And then the Bahamas Bowl, which was the final bowl game, other than the College Football Playoff continuing. But Buffalo beat Liberty 26-7. And then, a week and a half ago, you had the Final Four and the semifinals with the Orange Bowl and the Cotton Bowl. And Notre Dame beat Penn State 27-24 on a game-winning field goal to get to the night's national championship game before they're getting their ass kicked by Ohio State, as Ohio State beat Texas in the following night in the Cotton Bowl 28-14 to also get here. And they have 28 points with 12 minutes to play in the third quarter. Shit, they only had 28 points total in the whole entire Cotton Bowl against Texas. But they beat the Vols, went duck hunting and hooked the horns, and now they're making the Catholics beg on their knees. Ohio State leads Notre Dame 28-7 here, 12 minutes to play in the third quarter from the 27-yard line. Notre Dame, third down, pass over the middle, caught, but he's short. Fourth down, we'll see what they do. I mean, probably punting just because of the field position, but they sort of have to go for it. They're down by 3 scores, and, just we'll see what they do here on 4th and short. 4th and 2 officially. They're going to punt. All right, they're going to play field position. They're going to hope to get a stop. But Ohio State scores again. Field goal, touchdown, 31-35-7. Mid-third quarter here, especially if they take up some time. The game's over. The game's probably fucking over now as it is. They'll run a fake punt, and it's caught and dropped incomplete. So, Ohio State ball, 1st and 10 with some damn good starting field position now with 11-18 to play in the third. And with a 28-7 lead, you're going to start this Notre Dame, snap to the up back and roll out. He had it, but he dropped it. So it's incomplete and turnover on down. So probably start packing shit up. But yeah, that's College Football Bowl season. I just had this national championship game here tonight. We'll update some more stats in a little bit, but NFL playoffs continue. Got the Super Bowl 2 weeks from Sunday, and (28-7) Ohio State. Howard gonna hand off. Yeah, if I'm Ohio State, I mean, there's really no need to pass. They'll throw it a little bit, but you know, just fucking run the ball, work clock. You know, score some more and just get out with a win, and you win, you're national champs. So, 2nd and 6 from the 29. 10:45 and counting to play in the third. So, and Notre Dame gonna need a lot, but doubtful. Handoff, no, fake the give. Howard keeps it, gets to the 22. Probably should have handed off. Henderson would have ran in because he got a first down with ease. I thought he had the ball and he stopped. He's like, well, all right, no, it was fake. He would, yeah. He walks in. He hands it off. But Howard kept it for himself on an RPO and still got a first down on the 22-yard line. So, you know, Ohio State's just making it look easy. They are. And now they're going to try to capitalize off of a Notre Dame mistake. You know, a fake punt. Handoff, Henderson, stiff arm, and he gets 2, maybe 3, if not 4, depending on the spot. So, second and 7 from the 19. Howard looking to throw on a rollout, but penalty on the play is probably coming back for a hold. Crosser complete to Ibuka. He's going to be short, but penalty once again on the play, and like I said, it's probably coming back on a hold. Holding 10 yards where we put it down rather than decline it, give them, 3rd and short. So, second and 17 officially with under 9 to play. And all Notre Dame can do is just fucking watch. You know, they're getting their ass kicked. Handoff, Henderson. Another 2-3 yards. They'll give him a yard officially, so 3rd and 15, 3rd and 16. And I could clearly understand, you know, because I'm thinking of myself right now that, well, there might be a different team out there that could be playing Penn State. That is, as he goes deep, it's incomplete. But, you know, playing Ohio State better than Notre Dame is tonight. But at the same point in time, well, they still didn't win to get to this point. Notre Dame did, unfortunately, and you know that's that. I still don't want to talk about that game. I don't. It's just like I said, it's gonna be a long off season. We'll get into what I want to say at the end. But Ohio State gonna have to settle for 3 here. Ohio State field goal up and good. They lead at 31-7. But then at the same point in time, it's like, well, they could also be getting their ass kicked. Because the whole entire thing would have been, well, they can't beat Ohio State. But then maybe this would have been the game what they do. But then it's like, well, you don't know. Still, chance, yeah, but maybe still doubtful. But you just don't know. That's that what if. But once again, they still didn't even win to get to this point. So yeah, you can say that all you want. It's just is what it is. But still, this game's over with. Ohio State's going to beat Notre Dame. It's 31-7. 7.5 to play in the third, but yeah, we'll get back to it here after this commercial break. But yeah, I still don't want to talk about that loss a week and a half ago. I don't. It's just been frustrating. I mean, you really want to know how I, feel. I mean, really, yeah, just go check out that live stream, from a week and a half ago. But thanks for tuning in tonight. Thanks for tuning in all season long. But that's going to be one of those losses you don't, ever forget. I think that, like I said before, it stacks up with, other losses throughout time that, still haven't forgot about either. So, just have to add it to the mix. Well, if this, if that. Yeah, tough shit though. At the end of the day, it's like, well, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but like I said, I'll say what I'm going to say at the end here. At the end. So just stay tuned, I guess. But that is if I remember. I'll try to. Just like I said, with college football now, it's the way it is. It's just, come playoff time, you want to be in the playoffs, but then it's winner go home right in advance. It's one game season. So you obviously got to be good enough to get to there, but then you got to even be, better than everybody else to get to this point, and continue to play the way like Ohio State's playing right now. So yeah, just once again, tough shit. So 7:52 to play in the third. Ohio State leads Notre Dame 31-7. So Ohio State on a kickoff. And we'll have a touchback. So 1st and 10 Irish from the 25. But they're down 24, which that's 3.5 scores. So, they're going to have to score 4 times and hold Ohio State to nothing. And, then they'll have a chance. But no, not going to happen. No fucking chance. No way in hell. From the 25, 1st and 10. Quarterback run up the middle and 5 yards to 30, but he's really, like I said at halftime, even with their long opening, drive to begin the game, Ohio State's now scored 31 unanswered. He's all they got. He is literally all they have offensively. Let alone defense, because the defense ain't even making fucking stops. So from the 30, 2nd and 5. Quick pass, complete. 1st down. From the 36, 1st and 10. And Leonard looking to throw again, but going to roll out, and it's going to be caught. Missed tackle. And just short, it looks like. 2nd and inches here. Yeah, where's Jim Knowles going? Is he staying at Ohio State? Going to go elsewhere? Let alone Al Golden, you know, as Notre Dame defense coordinator. Handoff for about a yard, 2nd down. They're obviously going to lateral defense coordinator move, or, you know, going to get a head coaching gig somewhere, or, I mean, mainly everything in college football coaching carousel, you know, has been filled. I guess we could probably get into that the way this game's going and have something to fucking talk about this 3rd and 4th quarter of the 2nd half, but from the 48, 2nd down and 8 for Notre Dame. Pressure, and down he goes on a sack. Back at the 35, so just, yeah, like, Ohio State's looked unstoppable the past month. They have. I'm not going to sit here and lie and bullshit you. And same thing tonight. Just took them a little, you know, bit to get going. Because they needed a stop on defense. They didn't get it. Notre Dame drove and scored to begin the game, but then offensively, they just fucking rolled, and the defense has settled in, you know, down and, you know, made stops. More pressure, and he gets rid of it, and it's going to be incomplete. That's going to be a hit for potential targeting, penalty on the play, like somebody was headhunting, but they'll say pass interference rather than, you know, a late hit of some sorts. But it's football. Let him fucking play. You know, quit being fucking soft. But yeah, that's the defensive hold, defense pass interference. Before this, well, she just came in and knocked it out. But then the flag came in, and it's like, well, that's what the penalty was. No, it was, they got him on a PI prior to that. So it's incomplete, but they get the penalty. It's automatic 1st down. Spot foul, or do they say 15? Either way, it's 1st and 10. Notre Dame with 48-yard on Ohio State, down 31-7 here, 4:48 to play in the 3rd. Riley Leonard pass complete near side of his tight end. And he steps out, so 2nd down and medium. Second and 4. From the 42, 2nd and 4. Fake the give. Leonard keeps it for himself on the run up the middle, and with 4:09 and counting a play in the 3rd quarter, they give him a 1st down. It'll be 3rd and inches. Yeah, 3rd and yard. From the 39, 3rd and 1 here for Notre Dame. And they'll get a 1st down run to the 34. 3.5 to play in the 3rd. But, I mean, still, Notre Dame has a lot to do. And talked about the time possession earlier, you know. Being down as much as they are, and then timing on your side in the 2nd half. It's going to be a tough situation to get yourself out of. It is. You know, because they're not getting stops on defense. They finally forced a kick. But then, yeah, they're driving here on offense a little bit, but still just that pass incomplete, 2nd and 10. You know. Remember, they still haven't scored since their opening drive to begin the game. From the 34, 2nd and 10. And Leonard on a slant, it's caught. A couple missed tackles. First down Irish inside the 20, 15-10. Inside the 5, he walks in, touchdown. All right, well, there's something for you, but they still need a hell of a lot more. 3:03 to play in the third. It's 31-13. And are they going to go for 2 or just kick it? If you kick it, you're down, obviously, 17, 31-14. You go for 2, get to 15. You're down 16. That's 2, scores, but then you got to score twice and go for 2 twice. And this would be the third one. So, yeah, they're going to go for 2. But then you still got to hold. That's the thing of it. You still got to make stops on defense. You can't give up anything else. So they're going to go for 2. Leonard on a shuffle pass. They get it. All right, 31-15. So now they're only down 16. So they need stops, and they need 2 more scoring drives and, 2 more 2-point tries just to tie at 31. If they can hold Ohio State to what they have at 31. They go field goal, touchdown, whatever. Ohio State's, then right back up. It's just, you would think here, Ohio State, gonna still pedal the metal and go drive and score some points. 4 touchdowns and a field goal to get their 31. Notre Dame just cut it in half, though, with a touchdown and a 2-point try. So, still need 2 stops and 2 more scores and two different 2-point tries just to tie. But what Ohio State really needs is a drive. They need to work clock. They need to run the ball and work clock. 3:03 to play in the third. They need to get, this game probably to 10 minutes to go before they give the ball back. You'd like a good 5, 6, 7, 8 minute drive coming up here if I'm Ohio State. And then that's a score on top of it. Even a field goal at that rate, you take up that amount of time, then touchdown's even better. You're up 38-15. You're back up, fucking 3.5 scores at 23 then. If my math's correct. But yeah, we'll see what happens here, but we might also have a game on our hands for all we know. Ohio State, you don't want to turn the ball over. You don't want to have the refs get involved and start shooting yourselves in the foot by any means either. So, we'll see. We'll see here. Just, at this rate, the way, here comes Notre Dame again out of the half, in the third, fourth quarters coming back. Might be an interesting finish. If obviously, Notre Dame get a stop, but they don't need 1 stop. They need a couple stops. They need a couple scores and a couple 2-point tries just to tie. So, it's something, but they're still in a tough spot. And that's, like I said, it's just the timing aspect to it. The longer this game goes, time is not going to be on their side unless they get a stop or 2. It's just not. They didn't hurt themselves by taking as much time as they did to begin the game and scoring. But then looking back on it, it's they sort of did. Only because they didn't make any fucking stops afterwards, and they still haven't. They gave up 4 scores and then just a field goal. Trail 21-7. At the half, big touchdown drive by Ohio State to begin the second half. Right now, that's a difference in this game. They don't have that. And only have the field goal. You're looking at 24-15. That's still 2 scores at 9, though, but still, it's a hell of a lot closer for Notre Dame, as it is right now, 16 at 31-15 for that matter. But, got a hold, I guess, so they'll kick off. and it's going to be skied, so return, but fair call to the 4. So fair catch, they'll move it out 1st and 10. And of course, we'll take another fucking commercial break. Jesus Christ. So in the meantime, we'll update some stats. Yeah, 31-15. Riley Leonard, 10 of 16, 108 yards and a touchdown. Passing and a touchdown rushing, so he has both their scores. And then they got a 2-point try there. 14 carries, 41 yards rushing for him and the score as well. But Judkins is having a game. As Will Howard's 14 of 17, 144 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Does have 8 carries, 36 yards rushing. Henderson 10 of 45 on the ground. But Judkins 2 of 21 receiving and a touchdown. But he has 6 carries for 88 yards rushing and a touchdown. So, I mean, he's single-handedly beating Notre Dame with his 3 scores. 2 of them on the ground, and then 1 receiving, and then the other Will Howard passing touchdown with Jeremiah Smith. So, yeah, 31-15, they kicked the field goal on their last drive. So, we'll see what they do here on the next drive. I mean, like I said, if anything, you're just looking to work clock, but then you're hoping to score off of it, kick a field goal, let alone get a touchdown out of it. Because then you're putting more pressure on Notre Dame with no time left, 34, 38, 15. So, yeah. See what happens.
AT&T has a guarantee because most of the other people are not guaranteed. Like so don't worry, Happy, we see you. That's not guaranteed. You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you want, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. All when you're ready. That's the AT&T guarantee.
With new McValue pounds, you can buy one and add one for $1. Enjoy meal deals and treat yourself to deals in the app. There's always ways to save all day, every day. Get more than you expect. New McValue.
So 1st and 10 here, Ohio State with a 16-point, 31-15 lead with 3:03 to play in the 3rd. With the ball at 25-yard line. Like I said, I'd be working clock by running the football. And their old throw on a slant is caught, but 7 yards complete to Abuka. So 2nd and 3. Take motion at the 32. Howard gonna quarterback run it for, he'll be short, 2 yards. So 3rd and inches coming up to then convert. Third and 1, up under center's Howard. They're going to sneak it with a push, and they'll get the first down. So 1st and 10, Buckeyes. out of the pistol. Vault 36. Right to left across your television screen, running on a dial. Handoff Henderson for 3 yards or so. A cloud of dust. I mean, that's just Big Ten football for you. Fake the give. Howard going to step up. They run a screen, but it's incomplete. And penalty on the play for a hold. Maybe roughing the passer. Personal foul, roughing the passer on Notre Dame. That's 15 yards, automatic first down. The stupidity by the Irish. Yeah. A flop job, but he clearly hit him after the fact and pushed him down after he, threw it, so. From the 47, 1st and 10, Ohio State after the penalty now. And maybe the final play of the quarter, they'll run it 2, maybe 3 yards again. And yeah, they're going to go to the fourth quarter with a 31-15 lead and have the 2nd and 8 coming up. So, like I said, just continue to work clock from Ohio State. If you score, you score. You'd like to, for sure, to extend your lead some more. But we got 15 to play. And Ohio State's got a 16-point lead. So, we thought this game was over with. And then here comes Notre Dame. But, once again, they're still down. You've got to get stops, got to score twice, get 2 two-point tries as well. But here's Ohio State now on at least a 3-minute drive. It was 3:03 to play in the third when they got the ball back. They've gone, only 25 yards or so? 30 yards? So, yeah. Just, as I said at halftime, Ohio State, just keep doing what you're doing. You can tell they're on a mission. They want to go win it. And they've been playing damn good, the past month. Just not the past month, all fucking season long. Ohio State's Ohio State. They've been, playing football in Columbus in the shoe for a long fucking time. Like, they know how to win. But really, the past decade, 15 years, really turned it on. But more so the last probably 25 years, Yeah, you had Woody Hayes back in the day. They went through John Cooper. But from Jim Tressel to Urban Meyer to Ryan Day, and Tressel and Urban both won national championships in Columbus. Ryan Day is a quarter away from doing just that as well as the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Obviously, you had Luke Fickell, as the interim for a year before they hired Urban. Obviously, Urban, won a couple natties in Gainesville with the Gators as well, beating Ohio State in one of those games in 2006. Talked about Ohio State's national championship game appearances earlier, but, wins and losses and so on and so forth. But, that's the thing with head coaches, and you want to fire them and so on and so forth. Well, who the fuck are you going to go hire? I get there's candidates out there for this and that, but, everything's got to align. Like, cause you, once again, don't know, what you got until it's gone. Grass ain't always greener on the other side. And, yeah, they'll remember they've lost to Michigan 3 years in a row, but, this will, if they win, I mean, you go win a national championship, for God's sakes. That tops everything. You know, but then that's also good for the Big Ten. It'd be back-to-back years winning national championships from Michigan to Ohio State. You know, and then we'll see about next year. Obviously, go to Miami for the national championship game, 12-team playoff. But, yeah, first year the 4-team, last year the 4-team, Big Ten won it. First year the 12-team, here we are. You know, what about second year next year? Because don't know when last year the 12-team will be. You know, because this might continue forever. You know, because they might not ever expand it again. You know, if they do, it'll be the 14 alone on 16. So, I mean, college football is continuing to change. You know, you'll have more realignment in a couple years. You know, obviously you have, you know, NIL and transfer portal and all that, you know, continuing as well. But, at the end of the day, you still got to go out and play ball. You know, regardless who's on the team. You know, and you know Ohio State's done just that. You know, 13-2. Once again, losses to Oregon and Michigan, but they got revenge on, you know, the Ducks. You know, them winning tonight and that championship would probably, you know, solidify the Michigan loss. I'd have to hope and think, but at the same point in time, probably not. Just knowing, you know, Ohio State, good play call, good execution. And Ibuka still running down to the 20. Fumbled it, but he's down. He's down. Ground can't cause a fumble. He's down. They say Notre Dame ball, though. So that's a big turnover with 14:46 to play. So like I was just saying, with 15 to play, Ohio State up 16, but 14 seconds into this fourth and final quarter, they cough it up. He was down. The ground can't cause a fumble. No, they popped that out. They did punch that out for sure. And then his knee hit. So that's a fumble. Notre Dame ball 1st and 10 because they recovered. That's costly turnover if they go drive and score off of it. And then, you know, cut this lead. And, you know, we got a good final couple minutes on our hands. But out of the gun, fake the pass, fake the run. And then motion man, you know, late. They ran a reverse with Ibuka, and then he just hit the hole with a good block down the far sideline, got a big first down, but then cut back in and then coughs it up because the ball gets punched out. Notre Dame recovers it 1st and 10 to 20, but previous plays under further review. Rolling on the field is a fumble, so they have to find any spirit of evidence to return it. I don't think they're going to have that. That's clearly a fumble. It's going to be 1st and 10 Notre Dame. So they're thinking about it. Hopefully they tell somebody something good. But after review, it stands, be a fumble, and 1st and 10 Notre Dame. So 14 seconds in, they're still down 16 in this final 15. But 1st and 10 Irish. See where they spot the ball. Yeah, 31-15 Buckeyes. Ball 21. So they got to go drive and score. Get another 2-point try, and then get another stop and go do it again. Just to tie. And they're going to run it. And for about a yard or two, 2nd down. So, I mean, obviously ain't over until it's over. But I still think timing-wise, I've seen crazier shit happen. But I still think timing-wise, it ain't going to be on Notre Dame's side. You know, because it's too much. Like Ohio State in back-to-back drives now with a field goal and then a fumble. You know, after everything they did earlier today in this game. That's a hold. Might be enough, you know, early to, you know, hold it late. If they can get, you know, bending but not breaking on defense. But incomplete 3rd and 9, so we'll see here. But, yeah, that's just, you know, where I'm at. 14:07 to play. Might be, you know, one of the plays of the game coming up here. 3rd and 9 for Notre Dame. Especially going to try to capitalize off of a turnover. And remember, Ohio State capitalized off of a Notre Dame fake punt That pass down the middle caught 50, first down Irish. So here comes Notre Dame. Saw this a week and a half ago. They came back in the second half and beat Penn State in the Orange Bowl and won on a game-winning field goal. So, and there was a costly turnover in that game. From the 48, first and 10 Notre Dame. I mean, don't count them out just yet, but still, Leonard going to roll out, throw, incomplete. Penalty on the play, might be a defensive hold, pass interference, might be a first down for Notre Dame. Holding on the defense, yeah. So 10 yards, replay it down. I mean, I can understand Ohio State fans saying, well, the refs are doing this, doing that, keeping this game close and so on and so forth. Well, you just want to kick the field goal and then, give up a touchdown and a 2-point try. And then, that's a clear-cut penalty. But then you turn it over. It's just, stupidity. Shoot yourselves in the foot. Like, now you're just wanting to make it interesting. Leonard, once again, looking to throw. They wanted her on the screen, but he wasn't there. They still dump it off, but big tackle for loss, second and long. So second and 14 from the 42. Quarterback draw and 2 yards or so. Third and long still coming up. Yeah, 3rd and 12 here. Ball to 40. I mean, and, field goal sort of, ain't there. They get themselves in 4th and manageable, but still, even from the 33-yard line, be a long field goal, 33, 43, about a 50, 51-yarder. But you're down 16. What's the fucking field goal going to do for you? Nothing. Because then you're still going to be down, and then time still ain't going to be on your side. So they have to go for it here on 4th down. Yeah, it might be your ball game. They don't convert. Because Ohio State then holds the lead. They get off the field even after, turn it over offensively. Leonard looking to throw, and it's caught, first down. So the drive stays alive. So 1st and 10 Irish, 11:22 and counting to play. So from the 22, 1st and 10. Far side, caught, hit out of bounds. So 2nd down and 5-ish. They'll wind the clock. Second and 4. 2nd and 4 here from the 16. Motion man near side. Pump fake. Leonard into the end zone. Incomplete. There's a penalty on the play, though. It's going to be a pass interference on somebody. Holding on the defense again. 10 yards, automatic first down. Another crucial penalty. Ohio State now going backwards. I mean, yeah, you score the touchdown early 3rd quarter, but field goal, turnover, they're going to try to score off of it, and then, you have a couple bad penalties here, allowing Notre Dame to continue to drive. They got a first and goal now with 10:21 to play. Still 31-15 here, but yeah, just one penalty at the half. Now they have 5 the entire game. So 4 in this first, 20 minutes of the second half. With a couple on this drive alone. So quarterback draw, Leonard tackle for loss on the sack. Be a second and goal from the 9. I mean, yeah, that's another good penalty. I mean, that's clearly a penalty. They called it. And the refs have let them play though tonight. They've called everything obvious, but everything else they haven't called. Second and goal, under 10 to play. But Notre Dame needs to score, and Ohio State needs to stop. From the 9, second and goal. Leonard, throw in the end zone, incomplete. Be third and goal from that spot of the 9-yard line. So third and goal from the 9. Yeah, that's what I said a couple minutes ago. Leonard looking to throw, slant, incomplete. So fourth and goal from the 9. Yeah, 9:34 to go. I mean, you still sort of got to go for it. Once again, yeah, field goal would make it 31-18, but you're still down. And time ain't on your side. And you're still going to need stops, and you're still going to need scores, but they're going to kick it. All right, yeah, we'll take your points while you can get them. I mean, still seeing crazier shit happen. You don't know you're going to need late. I mean, field goal might help them here in the long run, but really probably won't. Watch him fucking miss when he should have fucking missed one a week and a half ago. He doinked it. Yeah, of course he fucking did. Ohio State wants to return it, but they can't. It was doinked. Yeah, of course he misses the fucking field goal. Doinked it off the left upright. It's no good. And it stays 31-15. They don't score off the turnover. Ohio State getting the ball back still with a 31-15 lead. Yeah, of course he fucking misses the field goal tonight. Why couldn't he have done that on January the 9th, you jackass? Jesus Christ. Anyways, Ohio State ball, first and 10 when we come back. They still lead here by 16, 31-15 with under 10 to play. So, I mean, you're back to, obviously, yeah, getting the ball back with the same score it was, and so on and so forth. There's just not as much time left. That's not good for Notre Dame, but that's good for Ohio State. You're, just still hoping to run the ball and work clock, and if you score, you score. You just don't want to turn it over like you just did. I don't know if they can go on a 9-minute drive, but Notre Dame did to begin the game. So why can't Ohio State do that to end the game? We'll see. It's going to have to be damn near perfect, But they're going to have a ways to go, too, so if they can work the sticks, a couple plays here, get a first down, a couple plays here, first down, a couple plays, so on and so forth, and just continue to get first downs and move the ball, then, that's damn good possibility. But then Notre Dame still has 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning, so on and so forth. But then you're hoping to score, field goal to, make it 34-15, that's almost 20 at 19. You go up 38-15, you're up 23. It's just, once again, as I've said all game, the way the first half went, and then early third quarter, once again, time just ain't going to be on Notre Dame's side. You know, if they would have scored there, no, the field goal, they missed it. Of course they fucking missed the field goal now. Neither here nor there, though. Just pisses you off, though, for sure. Because then it's, well, what could have been. Anyways, but, you know, if they would score a touchdown there, though, you know, go for 2 again, get it, you're down 8. You know, they still need their stop, as we've been talking about, but then still need to score there for 2 just to tie if they continue to hold. Then you're tied up, but, and it's a whole new ball game. It'd be a whole new ball game if they would have just scored there, but once again, Ohio State, I mean, they luck out. They turn the ball over, Notre Dame doesn't get anything off of it, and, you know, we'll see how this drive goes. Like I said, I don't know if they can work 9 minutes off the clock by any means. Notre Dame didn't begin the game with less yardage to work with. There's a 75-yard touchdown drive. This is going to be 80, starting from the 20 if they can do it. But from Ohio State, just don't turn the ball over. You know, 9:27 to play, 1st and 10, and a handoff for about a yard. So, obviously, Notre Dame can stop the clock with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning, but you know, Ohio State's not going to be in any fucking hurry to do anything. Just work that play clock. But, yeah, a lone turnover led to a missed fucking field goal. Of course, once again, it had to be tonight. But Ohio State, a yard on that opening play, 2nd and 9. But still, even a field goal for them then, it still wouldn't have made a bit of fucking difference anyway. They still would have been down, still, you know, would have been a tough spot to make stops and still score. Like, they needed a touchdown. They didn't get it. They didn't get the field goal either. Ohio State gets first down there, and 8:40 and counting to play, new set of downs, and I mean, shit, Ohio State might not even need to fucking score. You know, they might just, if they can work clock, even if they have to punt, play field position, then you're in a good spot then, too, if you can get another stop defensively. That's what I'm saying. Just run the ball, work clock from Ohio State. No hurry whatsoever. And 8-1-4 and counting to play in this college football season. Obviously, they'll have the all-star games, but then it's, you know, college football-wise, you know, you're getting into the spring ball and really just getting ready for next season. You know, after winter conditioning and spring ball, and then, you know, over the summer into fall camp and so on and so forth. But then everybody leaving, they'll have to get ready for the NFL. Let alone they're just graduating and they're, you know, getting ready for life. But 2nd down here and 7 for Ohio State from 35. And once again, I'd be in no fucking hurry. They've already taken up 2 minutes and they've gone, what, 15 yards. Judkins on the run for 4. That's what I'm saying. Just wind this clock from Ohio State. Just tick, 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 tick. They won't have to snap it till 6:38, 6:36-ish. They work the entire play clock. From the 39, 3rd and 3. Howard looking to throw. It's going to be incomplete. So clock stops. So they do take off 3 minutes. And 31-15 lead still. But Ohio State's going to have to punt. And Notre Dame's going to get the ball back. Still down 16, 2 scores with 2 touchdowns, 2 two-point tries to tie. They continue to hold with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. But they're going to have to go drive and score, and Ohio State's going to have to get stops if they really want to win this game and the national championship here this evening. And it's 4th and 3 from Notre Dame. Don't jump off sides. Don't run rough the punter. Field at the 10 on the return. 15 to the 20. So 6.5 to play, 31-15. Buckeyes be first and 10 Irish when we come back, as they're going to take a break. So we'll get back to it momentarily. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. These are my college football playoff match championship game. Ohio State versus Notre Dame. A lot of play, watch along reactions live over on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well to stay up to date. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Share hashtag college football, hashtag CFP playoff. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead Hungry. Links for them all in the description as well. And scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. Ohio State leads Notre Dame 31-15 with 6.5 to play. First 10 Notre Dame when we return.
Introducing the new $5, $7, and $9 Lux Crave Packs. Only at Taco Bell.
This new 10's amazing.
Yeah. It was easy to pay off the low rates of our platinum card from maybe Federal Credit Union. Can't imagine where we'd be without them.
I think you should.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. I'm the team, and I'm looking for fans with good hands and great speed. The ones who stay focused and never miss a play. They go the distance on game day, even when the team is away. I'm always watching, always looking, full-time fans, because football is really football without you. The CFP National Championship is presented by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. And in part by Taco Bell and Modelo.
What's Notre Dame got? I smell a turnover coming because they haven't turned it over yet. Yeah, he's going to score. And like I said, of course he missed the fucking field goal. Of course he did tonight. Like I said, why couldn't he have done that a week and a half ago? But in that game, back to that, like I said, I still don't want to talk about it, but if only they would have, you know, scored on the field goal drive with a touchdown rather than a field goal at the beginning of the game, they wouldn't have been in the situation they were in. You know, because they would have been up, and then, you know, they wouldn't have been throwing the ball, and, you know, you get the stop on defense with a minute to go, you knee it out, and the game's over. You know, and then you're playing tonight, and I'm not sitting here, I'm in attendance, but of course he missed the fucking field goal. Because then if he would have missed it then, I mean, who knows what happens, but, you know, you're playing in overtime for the most part. You know, a week and a half ago. And then whatever happens, happens. Who knows? But, second and 6 here coming up for Notre Dame from the 36. And Leonard down the middle, caught midfield, first down, 45-40, 35 to the 31. So Notre Dame's got something cooking again. If only, you know, like, would have done a little bit more in the first half after that opening, you know, touchdown drive. They'd probably be in this game. I mean, they're still in this game with as bad as they had played, and they're coming back with, you know, just miscues. Leonard going to get sacked at 35. I mean, remember, once again, Ohio State has points off of a fake punt, of Notre Dame's. They had a short field and scored off of it. Is that a difference in this game right now? Potentially. I feel it's more like the touchdown drive to begin the second half, though, is really what's, at this rate, the way Notre Dame's coming back, hurting the Irish. Because they don't have that, because all Notre Dame, or excuse me, all Ohio State has, other than that in the second half, is a field goal. Like I said, yeah, it's still, 2 scores at 9 if it's 24-15, but then it would make sense to kick the field goal as they did on the last drive. You make it, you're only down 6, you get the ball back here under 5 to play. You're down 1 score, you go up, and then as well, Ohio State, scores, they have the ball last, they win the game then, but not the situation we're in. It's 31-15 and sort of been deadlocked at this for a while now. That's what it was at the end of the third quarter, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Notre Dame's still going to hope to score and, go for 2 and get it and get the ball back and do the same thing all over again. But really, all Ohio State needs is a stop or 2, and then probably a decent drive, just to run the clock out. Like, they might not score again, to be honest with you. They might not. They probably won't. If they have to, they're going to give their, damnedest, do just that. But it's going to depend on what happens here. It's really going to depend on what happens. Like I said, I do smell a turnover coming because Notre Dame has not turned the ball over yet. Other than they turned it over on downs on that fake punt, and then, Ohio State had a short field off of it and scored all of it. So, yeah. That's where we're at.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problems.
Lets me adjust the bass, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service fund management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on other stuff.
Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this Carl. Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Applebee's really big meal deal for $9.99. Size matters when it comes to our big classic bacon cheeseburger. Or our massive hand-breaded flippin' chicken sandwich. Plus endless crispy fries and cold drinks. All for just $9.99. Because that's Applebee's really big meal deal. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Second and 12 here for Notre Dame from the 33.5. Bubble screen caught, and for about 3 yards, they'll wind the clock. Remember, last time Ohio State was in the playoff, they made the Final Four, went to the Peach Bowl. But then the field goal, as clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day a couple years ago, they ended up losing. Pass, caught in the end zone, touchdown Notre Dame. With 4:15 to go, they're now down 10. They're going to go for 2 to make it a 31-23 game. So now we got something cooking. But it's all going to depend on if they get this 2. Because then you're still down 2 scores at 10 if you don't. 4:15 to go. Yeah, timeouts, 2-minute warning, so on and so forth. But then if Ohio State can drive and work clock, game's over. Even if they get the 2, if Ohio State goes on a drive and works clock, game's over. Because if they can, just move the ball without scoring, make Notre Dame call their timeouts, get under 2 minutes, and take a fucking knee, game's out. and done and over with. So, getting interesting here late, to say the least. Ohio State's holding on, but just barely. Maybe the luck of the Irish is coming back to help them out. They're going to go for 2 once again. They have to. Leonard up under center. They'll run an end around. He's looking to throw, and he's wide open in the end zone, so it's good. They convert on another 2-point try, and we got a 1-score game with 4:15 to play. It's 31-23. Ohio State can get the ball back, but they're going to have, with 2 timeouts themselves, have to really work clock. Run the ball and work clock. I mean, just go on a fucking drive from Ohio State. I mean, Notre Dame needs a stop, but they need to go drive and score again and get another 2 just to tie. I mean, shit, maybe we're going to overtime. I don't know. But second half team for Notre Dame 2 games in a row. They did this to Penn State in the Orange Bowl. Came back, found a way to win on a game-winning field goal. Here we go. I mean, just imagine they have that field goal. A little bit ago they missed. They doinked it off the left upright. They have that. They're only down 5, rather than 8. And it's still a 1-score game, but then you're not going to need to score and go for 2 again just to tie. Another touchdown would put you up, by a couple. So, yeah, this game was seemingly fucking done and over with. But here comes Notre Dame again. So, where's Lou Holtz at? Are they kicking an onside kick? No, they'll kick it deep. Yeah, so you kick it deep. You got time and timeouts. Ohio State on the return. They'll set up shop with 4:10, not 4:09, but 4:10 to play. If the blue and white were in this game, there's 4:09 to play and you're down, or if you're up and you need to drive and score, ice it, whatever. I'd really be believing at that rate. But Ohio State up here 8, 31-23. 4:10 to play. Got 2 timeouts. Notre Dame's got 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning for both sides shortly. Ohio State needs a drive. They really just need to work clock. I mean, field goal makes it 9. I remember a 34-23 game a couple years ago for that matter, but Notre Dame needs to stop. We'll see if they can get it. From the 24, Ohio State's going to run the ball. Judkins. Go back to their hot hand. I mean, shit. He does have 3 touchdowns. Was outscoring Notre Dame up until they just scored and went for 2 and got it. But, yeah, what does Ohio State do here offensively? Obviously, Ryan Day is head coach. Jim Knowles, defense coordinator. But, yeah, Chip Kelly came over this year and is their offense coordinator this year. Former Oregon, Eagle, 49er, UCLA head coach said, fuck being a head coach in college football anymore. I just want to go out and, coach football. Had enough with the NIL bullshit and all that. Sort of need a GM in college. Howard can keep it for himself. He'll stay in bounds. They'll wind the clock. He gets a first down. So Notre Dame going to be in a situation, well, when do you start calling timeouts, obviously? Before, after 2 minutes? That's the thing, though. Ohio State, really, they just got to get it to 2 minutes. Make sure Notre Dame has no timeouts left, and they fucking knee it out and win it. Injured defender, so clock stops for the time being. They'll reset the clock, 3:17 to play. Be 1st and 10 Ohio State, excuse me, but does Ohio State go for a deep shot? Do they go deep? Where's Jeremiah Smith at? Where's he gone? He's gone cold. I mean, Ibuka did fumble it. I mean, they're running Judkins and Henderson. Judkins had a good game. Howard's had a good game, throwing a good couple runs as well. But Jeremiah Smith, where the hell is he? Where's 4? I'd be getting him the ball. especially if you can, wind this clock a little bit. I mean, you got 30 seconds on the fucking play clock. Do not snap it until you have to. They can take this under 2:45 before they have to snap it. So they'll motion a couple guys. Just don't, no penalties or anything like that. They'll snap at 2:52, run it, no gain. So second down coming up, about a 8-second differential between the game clock and play clock with 2:40 to play and counting. But like I said, where's Jeremiah Smith at? I'd be taking a shot. I would. If you want to put them out of their misery, the dagger, unless they call a timeout, clock stops. Yeah, Notre Dame calls a timeout, 2:40 to play. So 2nd and 10 here for Ohio State coming up. So they're going to call their 3 timeouts here before the 2-minute warning, it seems like, to then get the ball back, to then go drive and hope to score, under 2. But then they still need a 2-point to tie. And then they go back to that missed field goal. But a game-winning field goal out of here, we'll see what happens. But I mean, 2nd and 10, they're calling their timeouts. They do reset the clock as well to 2:49, which if they would have worked the play clock on that last play, they could have got it under 2:50, 2:45, like I was saying, before they even snapped the ball. And then the play happens, and then they call the timeout. Like, you just cost yourself some time probably. But if they're calling timeouts, you just want to run the ball and work clock. You don't want to have them keep timeouts by throwing an incompletion. So, no, don't be taking no shots just yet. But where's Jeremiah Smith at? He's had a cold second half. Howard quarterback run, and nothing. So 3rd and 10. Timeout Notre Dame again with 2:44 to play. Be 3rd and 10 Ohio State. So Notre Dame gets to stop here, calls another timeout potentially, unless they take it 2 minutes and get the ball back with a timeout. Have to go length of the field to score and get a 2 to tie. Then, obviously, there you go with that. Ohio State might have got away with the hold. I mean, it's not like that play went anywhere anyway. No gain, 3rd and 10 coming up. But then all Ohio State would need would be a stop. So they're jumping around, but what Ohio State would love to get is a first down right now. So 3rd and 11, what do you do? And they're 8 of 10 on 3rd down tonight. So they've been able to convert, but it's not, good manageable situation. 3rd and 11, 3rd and long. I mean, do you go deep? I mean, do you get 11, 12 yards over the middle? Do you run it again? You run some sort of trick play? I mean, you just don't want to fucking turn it over. Give them a short field. I mean, if anything, you don't get anything. You punt, you play field position, you make them drive, you rely on your defense. From the 34. And Howard's going to throw. He's going deep. Has Jeremiah Smith caught at the 30, 25, 20, 15, down to the 10. What was I just saying? Wish I'd have this fucking luck playing the lottery, let alone, having my favorite teams winning in situations like this. But they go deep. There's a potential dagger. And then you have the 2-minute warning. Notre Dame only has a timeout left. Get another first down, under 2 minutes with no timeouts for the Irish. You can knee it out and win it now. If they go, I was just saying a couple minutes ago, fucking go, where's Jeremiah Smith at? Go deep to him. And what do? There it is. That is probably, might be enough. We'll see. But just one-on-one, and they take it to 2 minutes. Got a 1st and goal. Notre Dame with 1 timeout. So they can call that, have a 2nd and goal. Well, it's goal to go now, not 1st and 10 or whatever. It's going to be tricky with the timing on where it plays out. But they'll go to break with 2 minutes to play. Ohio State leads Notre Dame 31-23. I mean, Notre Dame's done a damn good job coming back, but, just one play like that, even with a missed field goal and not doing as much early. Even though Ohio State hasn't done much this second half, they've done enough early. Notre Dame not so much. Been flipped in that regard. So we'll see. But I guess what was I just saying? Go deep to Smith. Take a shot, and they do. Especially on 3rd and 11. It's incomplete. Clock stops. I mean, it's ballsy. It is, but it works out. So who gives a shit? And it might have just won them the game and won them a national championship. So, they got Will Howard in the portal from Kansas State. And now he's going to be a one-year starter at Ohio State and potential college football playoff national champion. He's a winner. He is. Didn't obviously win as much as he did this year at Ohio State, at Kansas State for that matter, but he's still a winner. And he's one of those field general quarterbacks. He can get the job done.
Because for college football fans, the holidays don't end in December. They're just kicking off.
But 2 minutes to play in the national championship game here. 2 minutes to play in the college football season this year. Ohio State leads 31-23 over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they got a 1st and goal. So Notre Dame with 1 timeout. They didn't have any timeouts, so Ohio State's in the and-out. Game's over. But even with 1 timeout, they can still wind the clock. Like I said, it's just going to be tricky with the game clock and play clock, on can they get it under 40 seconds? Because if they can get under 40 seconds, just depending on yardage on these couple plays, if they don't take knees just to begin with, we'll see what they play call it as. Then, yeah, that's that. Oh, yeah, Ohio State's an 8.5-point favorite, too. And it's 8 right now. So that last 2-point try, yeah. That's a false start. So they'll reset the clock to 2 minutes, back them up 5 yards to the 15. Still be goal to go, though. But that is yardage-wise, I mean, they're not going to have to potentially get all 10, 15. Might not be a bad penalty. There was a bad beat the other day. I forget what it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Chiefs. Fucking refs. But then they took the intentional safety. But still, the fucking refs, man. 1st and goal here, Ohio State. 2 minutes to play, up 8. Out of the eye. Yeah, run the ball, work clock. Make them call their timeout. Judkins for a yard. Timeout in Notre Dame, I'd expect. Yep. Might reset it to 157. It is 153 right now, but be 2nd and goal. And then, yeah, can they, 40 seconds, 25 seconds on the play clock. Can they get it under what they need to get it under to knee it out? One final time. Let alone not even snap it again. So 2nd goal here for Ohio State. So hang on there, Snoopy. Game ain't over just yet. And they'll sneak it, but only for a couple yards. But hey, They'll wind this clock. Remember, they got 2 timeouts of their own. You know, maybe call one of the 2 of them, if not both of them. But, I mean, shit, you could probably even take a fucking delay of game if you wanted to. You know, Notre Dame can't stop the clock. Yeah, minute 10. Minute 15. He's going to call a timeout. Or are they taking a delay game? So, timeout Ohio State with a minute 13 to go. 3rd and goal. So now they'll run a play. If you'd score, it'd be even better because that's the dagger for sure. You know, go up 8. A lot of people would be happy if they'd cover because it's 8.5 and they're up 8. Over under was at what, 45, 45.5, 46. Obviously, that's already gone over. But do you kick a field goal? You know, go up 9, 34-23, but then it's, well, reliable inside of 40, and then it's blocked and returned for a touchdown. You know, Ohio State's had that happen to him before, I might add. If you know, you know, but, you know, Notre Dame would still have to go for 2 just to tie it. Can they run a play that's going to take up some time is the thing. You know, and still wind the clock, you know, to get it under 40, let alone 25 seconds. Probably not with a minute 13 to go. But you don't know. You just don't. But that's what I said. If you don't score here on 3rd and goal, do you kick a field goal? No. As Howard is going to keep it for himself. Tackle for loss, 4th and goal. So they'll drain the clock. And, yeah, like I said, it's going to be 28 seconds. Yeah, run it down, call their 3rd and final timeout, and then decide on what they want to do on, you know, kicking a field goal, go up 9. Or not 9, sorry, 11. Be 2 scores at 11, 34-23. They're already up 8. Yeah, you can't get a 1-point field goal. 32-23. No, it'd be 11, my bad. So they're going to kick it, it looks like, here with 29 seconds to go up 11. And then that should, you know, for the most part, seal it. Obviously, Notre Dame with no time and no timeouts. We have to score twice, once with a touchdown, 2-point, and then another field goal just to tie. And that's not going to happen. So Ohio State's going to kick field goal, but once again, they've had them blocked and returned for touchdowns in big games like this. So, let alone, remember, when they're in Atlanta, you know, they lost to Georgia on a miss, you know, on New Year's Eve as the clock struck midnight a couple years back. Surprised they haven't shown that yet. But 33-yard field goal to sort of ice it for Ohio State to win the national championship, to go up 34-23. And from the right hash, kicker gets set, snap, with the hold and the kick all up and good. And that, yeah, should about do it. So, the Ohio State Buckeyes are going to win the national championship. So, OHIO, but we are Penn State. Looks like 34-23 is going to be your final score. There's still 26 seconds left here. Notre Dame's going to get the ball back, but they're going to finish 14-2, losses to Oregon and Michigan. But they got revenge on the Ducks once more. and they've won 4 straight since they lost to Michigan in the game, defeating Tennessee with also that Oregon revenge game in the Rose Bowl, Texas, and now Notre Dame. So 34-23. They're 8.5-point favorites, so 11 covers. And Notre Dame's going to lose for the first time since week 2. Lose to Northern Illinois and Ohio State this year on field goals at the end. Even though they're already down 8, this iced for the Buckeyes. So, touchback on the kick, and Notre Dame's still going to be searching for their first national championship since 1988. Ohio State's going to win their first national championship since 2014, January 15. Been a decade. It was the first year of the 4-team college football playoff. Here we are in the first year of the 12-team college football playoff, and the Ohio State Buckeyes will get it done again. The Big Ten's going to win 2 straight national championships, from Michigan last year to Ohio State this year. Let's go a little further east into Happy Valley next year down in South Beach. But potential final play of the game. And yeah, it doesn't seem like they're in any hurry. So final 10 seconds, and the Ohio State Buckeyes are going to beat Notre Dame and be your 2024-2025 college football playoff national champions with a 34-23 win. They do run one more play, but it's nothing anyway. So Ryan Day already got the Gatorade bath. And remember, once again, they're wanting to fire his ass, and he just goes out and wins the fucking national championship. So post-game handshakes. Notre Dame comes up 11 points short. Wish that would have been the case a week and a half ago, but neither here nor there. The Ohio State is your national champions. As the scarlet and gray confetti falls from the sky, and the home of the Dirty Birds with the red and black Atlanta Falcons. Yeah. They'll do it again this year in the first year of the 12-team playoff, as I just mentioned again, yeah. So they'll celebrate and be national champions once again. So they'll get their merch and celebrate. Hoist the trophy here momentarily. He's got to say, where's Lou Holtz at, right? I mean, come on. No. Congrats to Ohio State. We are Penn State, though. But, you know, once again, they're on a mission. You know, you could just tell they were wanting it more than anybody else, and, you know, they went out and they found ways to win. Yeah, they scored what? 42 against Tennessee, 41 against Oregon, 28 a week ago against Texas, and 34 tonight. I mean, it doesn't matter. Score one more point than the opponent, but I mean, that's a 2-score win tonight, 2-score win, you know, and then 2, 3-score wins, you know, plus in the other. Like, they were just dominant. And in the way they were winning down the stretch. You know, it was a one-game season, you know, winner go home, survive in advance. But, you know, they went 4-0 in a 4-game season the past month to finish 14-2. They weren't Big Ten champions, but they do win the Rose Bowl, split with Oregon, won the game that mattered, Yeah, lost to Michigan, but then they go win the national championship. But obviously, that rivalry with the game with Michigan and Ohio State's, heated and, one of, if not the best rivalry in all college football, let alone sports for that matter. They fucking hate each other. They do. But just, so Michigan's going to obviously have that to say over, well, we still beat you. They beat them in 14? I don't think so. No, because in 14, remember, Ohio State lost to Virginia Tech at home, earlier in the year. 14 and 24, they've come to Happy Valley and won both times. Barely. And then they go on to win the national championship. But Ohio State, just not the past decade. Over the past 25 fucking years. They won the national title in 02. So that's one win. Lost it in 06 and lost it in 07 to Florida and LSU. But then won it in 14, so they're 2-2. They lost it a couple years ago to Alabama, and then third time's a charm. They're 3-3 in 6 different national championship games since, 02, over the past not even 25 years, 22 years. Do the math. That's one, every 3-4 years? Averaged out, if you will. And the way college football is now, 12-team playoff, it's like, once again, you just got to get into the playoff, and then it's, may the best team win. Hopefully you're playing your best ball down the stretch, and Ohio State, was and did this year. So once again, congrats, to Ohio State. OHIO for the Buckeyes. And they'll be singing the battle cry. And some Hang On Snoopy and Fat Bottom Girls. But a lot of Carmen, Ohio and OHIO for the Scarlet and Gray. Brutus going to be at the Gold Club in Atlanta. But still, at the end of the day, we are Penn State. But good for the Big Ten, from Michigan to Ohio State, in back-to-back years, from the, first year of the 14 playoff, Ohio State wins it, to the last year of the 14 playoff, Michigan wins it, and then the first year of the 12-team playoff, Ohio State, back on top. As I said, but 3 years in a row, go from Ann Arbor, Columbus, why not State College, University Park right here in Happy Valley with the blue and white Penn State Lions next year down in South Beach, Miami, Florida. Obviously, they lost in the Peach Bowl last year in Atlanta, lost in the Orange Bowl this year down in Miami. Then they get back to Atlanta, came out short on a game-winning field goal a week and a half ago. Why not get back to Miami next year and win it? Only time's going to tell. Obviously, that's why they play a game. It's out on paper. It's out on the field. But talk about Ohio State being on a mission. I can guarantee you Penn State is going to be doing just the same, getting revenge, getting redemption. Look at Michigan last year. They went on a revenge tour, and then Ohio State on a mission, after the loss to Michigan, this year. So, who says, obviously, you can't do the same damn thing. Got to get over that hump. I've said my piece on it. Obviously, I'm still pissed off, still not over. Still don't want to talk about it with what happened. Like I said earlier, of course, he missed the field goal earlier. Notre Dame, that is, before they did score again and, made it 8, and then they, Ohio State drove and kicked the field goal, went up 11. They covered 8.5. Over hits, for anybody interested in that. But that loss a week and a half ago is just going to be one of those losses, you never forget about. But then, as I said earlier, it's like, well, would they have had a chance tonight? Well, yeah, 50-50 chance, obviously. That's just how the game goes, how the cookie crumbles to begin with. But then it's like, well, the whole talk would have been, well, Penn State and Ohio State. Can they beat the Buckeyes? Can they beat, Ohio State, when it matters? And then, could have been the same old, but it might have been different. I don't know. That's not what happened. That wasn't the matchup. Ohio State now going to be 7-2 all time against Notre Dame. Won technically 3 years in a row. They had a home and home in 22 and 23, and then here they are at the end of the 24 season. In the final college football game of the year in the national championship game, 34-23, going to be your final score for Ohio State, defeating Notre Dame. Notre Dame finishes at 14-2, just like Ohio State, but the Buckeyes win, Irish lose. So luckily, Irish not on the Golden Domers side here this evening. But yeah, it was, Notre Dame early 7-0 lead. They went, scored on a 10-minute touchdown drive to begin the game, but then it was all Ohio State. 7-0 Notre Dame, but a 7-7 tie game, 14-7 Ohio State, 21-7 at halftime. And then they had a big run to begin the third quarter, scored off of that. It was 28-7, seemingly game is over. 31-7 for that matter. They kicked a field goal. Ohio State did cough it off on a turnover. But it was a lone turnover tonight's game. But as Notre Dame faked a punt earlier, Ohio State scored off of it. That's where the field goal came into play. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ohio State's turnover, Notre Dame couldn't capitalize on it. Missed a field goal. Ohio State still gave the ball back to Notre Dame. They punted, Notre Dame drove, scored, went for two again, got it, 31-23, but then Ohio State, when it mattered, drove and scored. Big 3rd and 11 deep ball pass complete Jeremiah Smith, as I called it prior. Go back and listen and watch it if you don't believe me. Seemingly the dagger at the end of the game. Got him the goal to go. They got to 4th and goal. Timing-wise, just wasn't there, so you kick it, you go up 11. Luckily, it wasn't blocked for him like it was in 16. But 34-23, you're up 11. That's 2 scores. Game seemingly over. It is over. Even though Notre Dame did run 2 plays, nothing, doesn't matter. Ohio State wins the college football playoff national championship game to end the 2024-2025 season. So they are your official 2024-2025 college football playoff national champions, and they are the Ohio State Buckeyes with a 34-23 win over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Thank you for tuning in, just not tonight, but all season long for my college football playoff and college football season from weeks 0 to 1 to the playoff, for that matter, the past month, this bowl season. But yeah, thank you for tuning in, just not tonight, but all season long for my college football live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But in the meantime, once again, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. And for college football, I'll see everybody next season into 2025. As obviously, hopefully everyone had a happy new year, as we are now in the calendar year, but the 2025 college football season will be here before you know it. Come late August, as now you'll have winter ball before spring ball, and then getting into the dog days of summer before fall camp starts. But yeah, once again, next season will be here before you know it, and I'll continue to have more live play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. So hope to see everybody then. Once again, thanks for tuning in, just not tonight, but all season long for college football coverage with live play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But yeah, that'll do it. So once again, thanks, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. Let's get the QR code as well, and I'll see everybody next season. The Ohio State Buckeyes win the 2024 2025 College Football Playoff National Championship over Notre Dame. Your final score once again, 31-23. But we are Penn State.